Hey everyone, Pesmori here, and welcome to maybe the last video of Trials of... Okay, maybe not the last one. The final part of Trials of Innocence. Of the chapter. Okay, whatever. I never expected it would come to this in the end. Although I arrived at a logical answer, I haven't figured out all the causes and consequences. Detective Sanford, who has helped me countless times and served as a role model. I never thought that one day we would stand on opposite sides. Detective Sanford, why did you? To be fair, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would do the same. Luna! Sis? Well. Too reckless, aren't you? You nearly knocked me over just now. Shut up! Okay. Luna, do you really know what you're doing? This is a highly publicized international case, not child's play. If you make a mistake here, do you understand the consequences? Have you thought it through? No. If you continue to make baseless accusations and speak without thinking like before, you will face unimaginable punishment. I'm pretty sure it's much less worse than torture. Thank you, sis. Only this time. Trust me. What? This time, my decision was not made impulsively. From the moment I uttered Detective Sanford's name, I was prepared to face the consequences. So you're serious? Eh? You and the scruffy man, are you both serious? Of course. I don't want to believe it either. But as a lawyer, the truth I see won't change. Then go ahead. Huh? The culprit in this case is Galaxy Kaida. Your current deductions are not enough for me to abandon this assertion. Don't expect me to relax in the upcoming trial. I won't. The police are in chaos. I have to go and help take charge. Hey, you! Yeah? Never mind. Seems there's nothing to say. Huh? He's just as confused as I am. Huh? Anyway, you all take care of yourselves. I understand. Well. She is truly an admirable person. Is that so? If I remember correctly, Detective Sanford and your sister have both been colleagues and good friends for a long time. But just now, what she was concerned about was that you made an impulsive and baseless accusation. She never denied the possibility of Detective Sanford being the culprit, or blamed you for speaking the truth. What to sister and prosecutor, Stella Ray. Yeah, although she's aggressive in the courtroom. What, just in the courtroom? When it comes to matters of right and wrong, she remains steadfast and never hesitates. Even now, though our positions differ, the gap between her and me is still significant. Well, I think I could be more confident now. After all, our battle is only beginning. It's hard to say how strong our opponent will be. Indeed, just the thought of facing against Detective Sanford made my throat dry. Speaking of which, there's a prosecutor with a completely different, unclear stance and mindset. I wonder what he thinks. Are you talking about me? Well, Prosecutor Hubert! I definitely didn't say that out loud just now. And when did he get here? I think he can hear you through his headphones, I'm just saying. I'm busy. I just have one question for you. What do you see standing in the courtroom? Eh? The truth, as seen by a lawyer. Is that all? What do you mean? The so-called truth is inevitably something that has already happened. Well, of course. If something hasn't happened yet, there's no truth to speak of, right? Think carefully about this matter. Huh? See you later. But wait! So what exactly is he trying to convey? Honestly, I have no idea. If he could be easily understood, he wouldn't be Silas Schubert. You have a point. Well then, it's time for us to return to the battlefield. Yeah, next we'll be facing Detective Sanford head-on, right? All our weapons are within the evidence. Before the trial starts, you should take another careful look. I can't say I'm fully prepared, but I've done everything I can. I have a rough idea of the entire process of the case in my mind. The only thing I can't figure out is her motive. Really? Killing a terrorist needs a motive. People killed much more random people with much less motive. Some people just kill for the fun of it. This is a terrorist that killed her husband, her friend, and the head of the criminal organization that killed her friend and her husband. And you're asking for a motive? Detective Sanford's family and life were both destroyed by Sky Shield. If it's about revenge, it's somewhat convincing. If that's really the case, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy about this seemingly obvious conclusion. Well, if there are hidden facts within it, it will be our task to uncover them. As I said yesterday, you're no longer a rookie. Just stick to your own judgment. Yeah. And if she fails, you're going to jail with her. I don't make the rules, I think. Yeah, I'll take full responsibility for my own choices. Regardless of the outcome, I won't waver. The trial will begin in 2 minutes. Defense, please enter the courtroom promptly. Get ready for the next battle. Time's up. Let's go. Okay, I'll do my best. Order. Well, even with Prosecutor Ray and the others doing their best to maintain order, the decision you made still disturbs everyone's hearts. The most unsettled person now might be me. I understand that the development of the case has taken everyone by surprise, but the trial must continue. Miss Ray, this is a serious matter, and I want to confirm with you one final time. Do you persist in your assertion that Detective Tessa is the true culprit behind the murder of Erica Cuccio? Yes, I do. Prosecution, what is your stance on this assertion? The defense has only presented an assertion and has not yet provided arguments or evidence. We do not intend to comment at this stage. So you also believe the defense's assertion is at least worth hearing? Very well. And Detective Sanford? I fought on the front lines for years and never feared standing against anyone. But now, I don't want to face the defense. Are you both really unwilling to back down? Until we thoroughly uncover the truth behind the case and prove the innocence of our client, the defense has no option to back down. Oh, as stubborn as expected. Oh boy. Since that's the case, the court will leave the remaining time to you. I hope the defense isn't just putting on a show. No problem. Then, please allow me to state our viewpoint. Based on the... Okay, let me just increase the music volume just a bit. More! Oh, not that much. Okay. Yeah. Based on the previous proceedings, we have already proven that someone sniped the crime scene from the Genesis financial mansion. This person, after killing Erika Kujio, used a preset zipline to enter the Skyrim Trade Center. Throughout the entire incident, Justice Kaida and his son, who were considered prime suspects, never left the scene. At least at this stage, they did not meet the conditions mentioned above. Yes, this courtroom cannot deny this point. The culprit plotted the murder of Kujio, known as Snowflake, and framed Galaxy, known as Callens. It is evident that their target was the high-ranking heads of Sky Shield. However, it's not as simple to strike at Sky Shield without drawing the attention of the police. But the culprit managed to leave the scene unnoticed, eluded all inspections, and were well informed about the police deployment at the scene and even the intelligence of Sky Shield. Like, their IQ? Nah, I'm joking, I know what you mean. There is only one person who fits all the conditions. Detective Sanford.
Objection!
Man, that's tough. So far, the defense's statements are mere speculation, and the directions of the evidence are severely insufficient. We cannot rule out the possibility of an external intruder entering the 99th floor and leaving through the main entrance.
Objection.
Furthermore, every police officer at the scene meets the criteria, not only Detective Sanford. And if Detective Sanford really wanted to kill Kujio, there was no need...
Objection!
What? Hey, I'm the one who's standing on the witness stand right now. I admire the dedication of the two prosecutors, but have you been a bit too zealous? Sweetie, your naivety is truly beyond my imagination. I thought you would present some remarkable claim, but it turns out to be just some empty bravado. Prosecution, the following time belongs to me and the two lawyers. I hope you two won't disturb us too much, okay? As you wish. Sweetie, you have too many unfounded fantasies indeed. I don't think my reasoning is a fantasy. The essential distinction between reasoning and fantasy lies in that the former is based on certain facts. Your Honor, I will prove whether the defense's arguments are based on reasoning or fantasy. Go ahead. Final Fantasy. Crisis Core. Oh, damn. Despite the strict security measures taken by the police that day, even with me present, we can't guarantee absolute safety. You don't suspect external criminals exploiting security flaws, but instead believe it was an internal police operation? According to your theory, your game theory, the key to carrying out the sniper attack was to open the light shields. But don't forget, the remote control for the light shields was found at the defendant's possession. In any case, the sniper should have been a member of Sky Shield acting under the defendant's orders. Indeed, the remote control was found on the defendant. I have no idea how it got there. Even if you knew, you wouldn't acknowledge it, would you? I have forgotten about the remote control. Indeed, Detective Sanford was not someone easy to deal with. Her offensive won't end with just the remote control. We must be cautious in our response. Your Honor, we request to cross-examine the testimony just given. You're still stubborn, aren't you? Fine then. Bring it. I will make sure you admit defeat, wittingly and convincingly.
Hold it!
With so many important figures attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony, shouldn't the security measures ensure nothing goes wrong? That's why I said you're too naive, sweetie. There's nothing in the world that is foolproof. There's no surgeries that guarantee success, no matches that are guaranteed wins, and no security measures that are foolproof. No matter how much we strengthen surveillance and precautions, we can only minimize the possibility of accidents occurring. In fact, there were at least 2 unregistered outsiders who invaded the building. That's more of a Tessa issue right there. They must be referring to Kujio and Mooney Beans. Kujio was intentionally let in, but Mooney's presence was truly accidental. Not really. It was accidental because of an opening that Tessa made.
Hold it!
What do you mean by security flaws specifically? Are you trying to make me admit the police's negligence? I didn't mean that. I just want to fully understand the situation. If there was a flaw, it was probably that the Genesis financial mansion wasn't controlled as strictly as the Skyrim Trade Center. The case occurred close to the Spring Festival, so we had a larger number of personnel reassigned for the travel rush. The police simply didn't have enough manpower to set up sentries in the buildings outside the venue. In other words, this provided an opportunity for the perpetrator to commit the crime in nearby buildings. Even so, the police specifically strengthened surveillance in areas that could pose a threat to the 188th floor venue. But who would have thought that someone would go to the completely unused 101st floor to play the victim? So the killer predicted that the police wouldn't be heavily guarding the 101st floor of the Genesis financial mansion? And set up this trap? Are you trying to imply the killer was familiar with the police's defense plan? The event was taking place on the 188th floor, and all the important individuals were there. The focus of security was clear. Even someone with your intellect could figure it out. True. Happy to hasty. Detective Sanford won't reveal any flaws in such a point.
Hold it!
Is it really impossible to carry out a sniper attack without opening the light shields? How can you carry out a sniper rifle attack without opening the light shields? For example, by using sound to determine the location? Sweetie, the sniper's position was over 50 meters long, away from the victim, with glass in between. The sniper couldn't even hear it. Maybe the killer could perform a blind shot relying on the exceptional sixth sense? You've probably read too many fantasy stories. Do you also believe that bullets can turn around, tennis balls kill people, and freshly cooked mapo tofu can emit light? What is this, a JoJo reference? I'm pretty sure they can. I mean, someone threw a tennis ball at my head. If it really hurt. Imagine, you know, if it was hit much harder. Whew, dead. Maybe that's why I'm low-key mental. Freshly cooked mapo tofu? Hey, you never know. Maybe instead of oil they used radiation chemicals or something, I don't know. Radiation waste. None of those? Are you sure? After a bullet is fired, it undergoes gyroscopic stabilization, so without a continuous external force, it cannot turn around. Really? You had to say that? It's kind of obvious, right? Completely off topic here. Anyway, if the killer wanted to carry out a sniper attack, they had to open the light shields. Yes.
Hold it!
Is there really only one remote control for the light shields? If you don't believe me, you can go and question the frontline police officer responsible for confirming this matter. I just wanted to make sure. There was only one remote control for the light shields, and it was found on the defendant after the incident. As long as he waited for Kujo to arrive and seized the opportunity to open the light shields with the remote control. The sniper waiting in the opposite building could take it as a signal to carry out the attack. So you mean the defendant didn't kill the victim by himself? Instead, he ordered the killer to ambush in the opposite building? That's the only possibility. Can you include what you just said in your testimony? Oh, now you're thinking that what I said makes sense? It's precisely because I want to determine whether it makes sense or not that I'm asking more questions. Whatever. The defendant and the killer he instructed to work together to kill. He instructed work together to kill the victim.
Hold it!
We have confirmed that the victim, Erika Kuchio, was the defendant's adopted sister. He valued her very much. Even after you saw his desperate grief for his sister in court, do you still think he's the one who did it? Didn't you also see his madness and hysteria? Such a person has typical antisocial tendencies. His beliefs are something you and I cannot fully understand. I can't deny that. Sky Shield, the organization he leads, is inherently a criminal group devoid of morals, prone to violence. But the defendant's attitude towards the victim doesn't necessarily indicate a lack of morals, right? Sweetie, a person with distorted values could kill their beloved for the sake of love. Similarly, it's not uncommon for someone to point a gun at their most loved one due to a certain belief. Only by avoiding actions driven by emotions can you get closer to the truth of this world. Avoiding actions derived by emotions. Driven by emotions. Just like how I treat Detective Sanford just now. It seems to be the only way to get closer to the truth, though I don't want it.
Hold it!
Does such a killer really exist? Up until now, we haven't found any sussy bakas, right? Even you, Detective Sanford, couldn't reveal the true identity of the so-called killer, right? The identity of the killer is not the point. After all, they're just a pawn of Sky Shield. Instead of investigating from the perspective of unidentified outsiders in cases like these, it would be simpler and more direct to focus on Callens, who was present at the scene. Justice Kaida has been implying diplomatic pressure all along. He couldn't use any tactics against the defendant. Or he might have already confessed everything. Detective Sanford, did you already say something dangerous? Did I? No, nothing, sweetie. Anyway, I need to figure out whether there are traces that such a killer could have left. Detective Sanford is indeed experienced. She managed to distance herself and the entire police force from the case. But even for her, there must be some loophole somewhere as long as she weaves a lie. Understand. We can only ask her again carefully and look for loopholes in her testimony, right? Yeah. Don't hasten to win in one strike. Let's start by proving her connection to the case. Let me ask in more detail. There must be flaws in Detective Sanford's testimony somewhere.
Objection!
I have no idea what I selected or how that's correct. But okay, sure. I'm sorry, Detective. The theory you proposed doesn't hold water. Because it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Oh? Why? If the killer were indeed a hired assassin, they should have escaped the scene after the sniper attacked. But this person risked their life to return to the scene by a zipline. Why? The only reasonable explanation is that the killer is someone who needed to appear at the venue. Oh? Detective Sanford, you were one of the key personnel responsible for security that day. You had the necessity to return to the Skyrim Trade Center. Moreover, if you knew in advance that there would be a murder in the building, you would have more necessity to return to the building as soon as possible to deal with various unforeseen circumstances.
Objection!
Don't jump to conclusions. I've been listening to your entire argument, sweetie. Indeed, there are traces of the 101st floor's window of the Genesis Financial Building, mansion, but to say that they were left by a zipline, isn't that too hasty? The traces from the side of the Skyrim Trade Center and the video taken by President Yu can both support it. Says so, based on my years of experience in handling these cases, these things are considered circumstantial evidence. You made the assumption that someone used a zipline to move between the buildings and then made deductions based on that. Obviously, you know how much weight my son's painting holds as evidence. As for the crossbow, iron hook, and 50-meter zipline, they have only existed in hypotheses so far. Did you find any of these items except for empty words? Are you planning to use your doodle as evidence? Those things must have been taken care of by you. These traces cannot be explained by coincidence. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I can't agree with this kind of deduction logic, sweetie. Listen to an example of a case that my subordinate just closed last week. Mr. Davis, who lived alone, died from poisoning at home. We found his coffee toxic, but we didn't find any poison in his house. But his bedroom window was open. His neighbor is a model airplane enthusiast who has been browsing online electronic stores for the past week. Sweetie, a smart girl like you should know what happened next, right? His neighbor used a drone to enter the room and put a poison in his coffee? I knew you would say something like that. In fact, Mr. Davis committed suicide. After poisoning himself, he opened the window and threw away the poison bottle. The bottle happened to fall onto a passing truck, which was transported dozens of kilometers away. How the f did you know then? And although his neighbor enjoys model aircraft, he has never bought a drone. According to your logic, are you going to forcefully claim that the neighbor disposed of the drone and the poison? Huh? Eh? It's a big taboo for police and judicial circles to start with preconceptions and then look for evidence in a case. If such logic can be accepted, I can't imagine how many miscarriages of justice there would be in the world. A lot. How could this be? Order. Order! I have to admit that Detective Sanford's words are enlightening. Or distracting. Defense, we must carefully consider your hypothesis about the zipline. Just to remind you, the remote control for the light shields was found with the defendant. If, as you say, I was on the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion for the sniper attack, the defendant must be my accomplice. Is that what you want to say? No? Glad you know. It seems your so-called reasoning is still far from the truth. Not only is the evidence incomplete, but the logic itself is full of loopholes. Yet you want to accuse me as a culprit? Ridiculous. Yeah. Your Honor, forgive me for saying something inappropriate for the workplace. I have a personal connection with the two lawyers. They are just eager to close the case and are grasping at straws. It could be considered within the scope of their duties. I sincerely request you be magnanimous and not punish them for that. Order. Order! Detective Sanford's ability and demeanor are truly impressive. We apologize for placing you with this position due to the defense's immature reasoning. Chief, what do we do? It seems we've suddenly been at a disadvantage. Well. I said from the beginning not to rely on a single decisive blow. She must have meticulously planned for this day for a long time. She probably had a contingency plan for every aspect. With our incomplete chain of evidence, it's impossible to completely bring her down. Remote control found galaxy was probably planted by her during the search, I think. But we have no way to prove it. This claim will be refuted as soon as it's presented. The judge is leaning towards us having pointed the finger at the wrong person. What do we do now? The evidence in this case is indeed insufficient, but we can try to focus on what happened before the crime. No perfect crime is possible in the world. There will always be some evidence she couldn't deal with in time. Before the crime. Right, the thing! Defense, what are you whispering about? Your Honor, please don't rush to conclusions. Detective Sanford's suspicion cannot be ruled out just yet. Do you have something more to say? We have previously proved that the culprit set up an ambush successfully in the location chosen randomly by the defendant. It's because the person installed a listening device on Kujio's necklace. But there aren't many places in this world who had the opportunity to do so, right? People, not places.
Objection!
I thought you were going to say something meaningful. The thread on the necklace is also circumstantial evidence, and we can no longer prove if it was indeed a listening device. It's equally plausible that Kujio installed a small bulb on the necklace to commemorate her mother.
Objection!
If so, why would she need to remove the device from the necklace? Fine. Let's assume it was a listening device then. Kujio was such a cautious person. If someone really eavesdropped on her, wouldn't it make more sense for it to be the defendant?
Objection!
You know very well it was impossible. Ever since Kujio was declared dead in the plane crash, she disappeared from the public eye and later resurfaced in our country. From taking on Sophia McConn's identity and committing the Foxtail Mountain crime in her demise at the Skyrim Trade Center, she never had a chance to meet the defendant face to face all these years. If they could freely meet, they wouldn't have needed to take such risks and arrange a meeting for financial support. Is that so? The defendant didn't have a chance to meet her face to face, but did I have one? The grudge between Kujio and me dates 5 years. The grudge between Kujio and me dates 5 years back. If she saw me, she would either stab me directly or just run away. How could I have the opportunity to install a listening device on her? Well, the person you had a grudge with was Kujio, not Sophia McCon. If you had known she was Kujio before she revealed her true identity, you would have had the opportunity to tamper with the necklace during the routine inspection of the courtroom attendees. Order. Order! Mr. Drake, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it you who revealed Kujio's true identity in this courtroom several months ago? Oh, I have always thought the same way, but now the mission's changed. They always do, but I have to rethink it. According to the usual practice, all witnesses are indeed subject to inspection by the police before entering the courtroom. Detective Sanford, as the person in charge of this case, had the opportunity to install the listening device, right? I see. I didn't expect you to start considering events from so long ago. Then answer me, have either of you had the experience of eavesdropping on someone? No? I know what you're trying to say. Glad you know. Even if I had recognized that Sophia McCon was Kujio ahead of time, several months have passed since she escaped. There was no way for me to know when she would communicate with the defendant. If it was a matter of specifically assigning police officers for continuous surveillance, it might make sense. But since both of you consider me the suspect, the act of eavesdropping becomes a personal action hidden from the police. I had to handle my daily work while staying on guard with the listening device for 24 hours. Am I Black Widow? You're a widow, alright. Ha 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 ha. I'm so sorry. Well... Oh, you were thinking the same thing, weren't you? What if you had a tape recorder? Even if I had recorded the audio, I would have needed time to organize and listen to the recordings, right? When the police conduct surveillance, we even form a 3-man rotation monitoring team. It is simply impossible for me to handle it alone. I see. Indeed, it is definitely impossible to conduct long-term monitoring alone. What about short-term monitoring? Short-term? I advise you to give up on that idea. There is no evidence to guarantee that Snowflake and Callens will communicate at some point. The Interpol has a dedicated task force investigating the heads of Sky Shield. You can go check the records. Is that so? Could it be we are really wrong? But someone did indeed install a listening device on the necklace of Solicitude. And among the people who had access to the necklace, Detective Sanford is the only one who could have committed the crime. But how could she be certain that Kujio will contact Callens at some point? Don't panic. We can't make a breakthrough head on. Let's try a different way of thinking. Are you suggesting? Yes. Don't think about whether Detective Sanford could determine when Kujio will contact Callens. We should consider under what circumstances Kujio must contact Callens. Like missing her. Haha, that could be an answer. Only it seems less urgent. Or when Kujio escaped from the quorum and just settled down? For her, Callens was both a leader and family. It would be normal to let him know she was safe, right? If you monitor at that time, you might hear them arranging future contact times. In that case, Detective Sanford could listen in more selectively, rather than having to listen to the device all the time.
Objection!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have you forgotten? Cujo almost blew up the entire courtroom. I cleaned up the mess all day. Prosecutor Schubert and I were also involved that day. I don't think she had the opportunity to listen in that day. After going through such a major incident, Cujo would need to escape to a location far away from the courthouse. Maybe it wouldn't be so quick for her to settle down. Oh, but doesn't that bring us to the same question? How would I know if she had already settled down? Well, don't rush. Take a moment to think it over. Is there any method that would allow Detective Sanford to track Cujo's movement without monitoring? Movements? Perhaps there was such a method. Defense, you have repeatedly presented unproven assumptions. I now require you to present some concrete evidence. I understand, Your Honor. Please allow me to explain. Detective Sanford had a way to know Cujo's movements, and this is the evidence.
That's it.
What is that? I've forgotten. This is the bomb remote control that Cujo had several months ago. Oh? You told me yourself about what's inside this remote control, Detective Sanford. You installed the tracking device on one piece of evidence beforehand. Oh. There was a tracking device inside the bomb remote control in advance, which allows you to monitor its movements at any time. Before the Fox Hill Mountain case occurred, monitoring the remote's control's trajectory might have been the work of the police. But after the explosion, the utility of this remote control ended. Continuing to monitor it became Detective Sanford's personal will. Oh. Interestingly, even though the bomb corresponding to this remote control had already exploded, the victim, Erica Cuccio, still carried it with her. With this thing, Detective Sanford could almost constantly lock on to Cuccio's location. Wait a minute, I'm getting confused. Why would the victim have carried the remote control since the bomb had already exploded? Could it be that she knew there was a tracking device inside and deliberately leaked her whereabouts? Huh? We haven't figured it out yet.
Objection!
Haven't figured it out? Then tell us, you can't even understand it yourself. How could Detective Sanford know? If she couldn't ensure that Cuccio couldn't discard the remote control, how could the surveillance plan be feasible?
Back up!
Oh my god. Stella, I already said it before. Leave it to me. You don't need to interfere. Fine. Detective Sanford didn't need to ensure that Cuccio would keep the remote control, right? Maybe she just happened to glance at the surveillance and found the remote control was moving, which led to the subsequent plan. From the Skyrim Trade Center case, we can see Detective Sanford's actions are meticulous, and her plans are interconnected. If this series of subsequent plans are all caused by coincidence, it will be somewhat lacking in credibility, right? Indeed, I need to think again about the origins of this remote control. The reason Cuccio was unable to obtain it was because Skyshield attacked the police's evidence room. Was able to, yeah. As a precautionary measure, the police installed the tracking device in the remote control in advance. I remember that incident as well. But I have a question. I wonder if Detective Sanford can provide me with a reasonable explanation. The remote control has been confiscated. Why would the police install a tracking device on it? It sounds as if the police already knew the attack would occur. Woohoo! Why surprised? SkyShield has many talented individuals, and they are very cunning. It shouldn't be a problem for me to be a bit more cautious, right? Besides, the installation of the tracking device was not my personal decision. The police are well aware of it. Words are not entirely unreasonable, but I have a subtle sense of dissonance. I suddenly have a terrifying thought. If that's the case, our understanding of the case might be overturned once again. Is there any connection between Detective Sanford and the attack on the evidence room? Could Detective have leaked the evidence room security flaw on purpose to lure SkyShield? If so, she could quickly pinpoint the location of SkyShield's members using the tracking device. But that doesn't explain her subsequent influence on the remote control. Okay. Could it be Detective Sanford was present and witnessed the entire attack on the evidence room? Just witnessing it wouldn't have an influence on the remote control. If she really witnessed it, she couldn't have any reason to let the remote control be stolen, right? But to think about it. Oh boy. Could it be that the person who attacked the evidence room wasn't from SkyShield at all? If all this was to set a trap by her from the very beginning. What's wrong? You suddenly look strange. Are you going to come up with another wild imagination, sweetie? To compete with you, wild imagination is necessary. Detective Sanford, you are much more formidable than what you have shown and what we had previously imagined. Thank you then, but I'm afraid I can't be happy about it. Starting from the attack on the evidence room, every move from SkyShield was under your surveillance. So, what does this baseless claim mean? You all thought the bomb remote control was stolen under the manipulation of SkyShield, but the security at the police's evidence room was extremely tight, making it impossible to sneak in. Compared to the members of SkyShield that the police were wary of, it will be easier for someone from the police, like Detective Sanford, to take action, right? What?
Objection!
Are you insane, sweetie? Why would I attack the evidence room and steal the remote control? The items in that room are already under our control. If I wanted to take the remote control, I would just do it openly. No, it was necessary for Detective Sanford to attack the evidence room. The reason is... Detective Sanford's purpose in attacking the evidence room was not just to take the evidence, but to get the attack on the evidence room in the headlines and known to the public. Oh?
Objection!
Was she out of her mind? Why would she want to let the world know that the police were fooled?
Objection!
Please let me finish. This is exactly Detective Sanford's goal and her cleverness. When the evidence room was attacked, with some evidence damaged or lost, it would become explosive news, and SkyShield would see it. SkyShield wouldn't just take it unknown items, but with the attack event, Detective Sanford could describe the attacker as someone who would want to join SkyShield. You mean? Yes, Detective Sanford did it to create an opportunity to hand the remote control to SkyShield. Order! Order! Miss Ray, I'm having trouble understanding. Are you saying that Detective Sanford deliberately gave the remote control to SkyShield? That's right. From that point on, Detective Sanford set a huge trap for SkyShield. The first move, use the bomb remote control to lure the long dormant Sky Shield out of hiding. And soon after Sky Shield got the remote control, they sent out a warning, threatening to take revenge on our police. Defendant, is that true? At the time, Erica was not yet exposed, and she was in charge of this country's affairs. I was told that she obtained the remote control through certain means, but I can be sure that she did not attack the evidence room. We couldn't afford such a risk. Erica Kuja was among the top operatives in Sky Shield, and even she didn't dare to act. Detective Sanford, I think you need to explain this attack to us. Jeez. Enough! Sweetie, I can dismiss your previous accusations as mere fantasies, but to say that I helped Sky Shield plan the attack? What kind of person do you think I am? Maybe you were just giving a small benefit to lure them in? A small benefit? That was a remote control for a high-powered bomb! At the time, I had no idea about your assistant's identity, just like you, let alone where the bomb was hidden. Yeah? What if they had already planted the bomb and detonated it as soon as they got the remote control? Not only would I have not lured anyone out, but it would also have caused an incalculable disaster. Am I a fool in your mind? Well, perhaps you were never intended to hand such a dangerous item over to Sky Shield. They've all seen who had the remote control, right? I mean, the remote control in Kucho's hands might not have been dangerous at all. Could it be? Odd at the time. When Annie said that the bomb has been activated, Kucho's expression was as surprised as ours. Perhaps she never actually pressed the switch on the remote control, and that she wouldn't have been the one who activated the bomb. In other words, the bomb remote control in Kucho's hands was actually a fake.
Objection!
You've seen this remote control before. Couldn't you tell it was a real or fake?
Objection!
From the look, it was just a black plastic box. You wouldn't be able to determine its authenticity without operating it. If it was a fake, that would explain why Kujo continued to carry it around. Because she wanted to figure out why the bomb was detonated when she didn't do it. And as someone on the run, she had no way to consult an expert. So she had to keep it with her and wait for an opportunity.
Objection!
We cannot accept that a genuine bomb control, which actually caused an explosion, was claimed to be a fake without evidence.
Objection!
If the police were to examine the remote control retrieved from Kujo...
Objection!
Eh? Sweetie, your idea is interesting, but there's no need for an examination. The police have already thoroughly checked it and we recovered it. What? I can tell you if you want to know. About why the remote control in the hands of Sky Shield is definitely the one that was stolen from the evidence room. You might think that Sky Shield was a camp of fools and wouldn't verify the authenticity of the remote control, but once they have it. In fact, when the police recover each piece of evidence, we will undoubtedly conduct a thorough examination. Due to the lack of military experts, we were unable to directly authenticate the remote control. But fortunately, the material of this remote control is special and it bears a unique trace. Specifically, fingerprints from 2 handlers were detected on the surface of the remote control. The trace is impossible to replicate, so the bomb remote control is in Erica Kujo's possession must be genuine. 2 handlers? Don't you remember? This remote control was taken by someone sent by Joseph Crimson, known as Quadrant, from Murder Maisons. At the time, Zoe Sapphire, who was interning at the research center, also came into contact with it. After Joseph Crimson was murdered, the remote control was submitted as evidence and the fingerprints remained until now. If the one remote control was fake, why aren't these fingerprints on it? Fingerprints from that time? They're still there? I thought it would only last a day or two. 48 hours is merely the optimal extraction time for most fingerprints. The surface of this remote control has been polished, which makes it very easy to preserve fingerprints for long times. Just like my new phone. Defense, what do you think? Do you still consider this remote control to be a fake? Detective Sanford seems very confident. Did we make a mistake? Don't be discouraged. Although there is a chance we made a mistake, it is not time to retreat yet. Okay, I understand. Your Honor, the defense would like to question this testimony. That is your right. Please proceed. But just because it's your right doesn't mean it's correct.
Hold it!
Defendant, after you received the remote control, did you carefully verify its authenticity? Erica dealt with it. Don't waste your time asking me. She didn't receive systematic military training, so she probably wouldn't be able to distinguish its authenticity. I see. Seems that Crucio unwittingly mistook the remote control for the real thing without any suspicion.
Objection!
If all the members of Sky Shield were like you, we have wiped them out a long time ago. Eh? They're in a deadly line of work, where they're not just ruthless but also naturally sussy. Even if Crucio hadn't been an expert, she would never have accepted a dangerous item without inspection, right? What if the fake remote control was crafted so meticulously that it was impossible to distinguish from the real one? Don't underestimate the police's capabilities. Remember?
Hold it!
After the bomb exploded, the remote control should not be dangerous as before, right? For something useless, wouldn't the police still inspect it as carefully as before? Come on, this remote control was found on Snowflake, ahead of Sky Shield. Even if it were just a piece of cake, we wouldn't dare be negligent. That is true. And indeed, she had a piece of mooncake with her.
Hold it!
Even with the combined expertise of our national experts, we still can't authenticate the remote control? The remote control and its corresponding bomb came from a military research institute in a military base in Oregon, USA. It is a new type of weapon and has never been released to the public. Why Oregon? No matter how skilled our experts are, they cannot authenticate something they have never seen before. That does seem reasonable.
Hold it!
Just to be sure, what exactly is special about the material of the remote control? To ensure lightweight, the main material of this remote control is high polymer plastic. But to prevent it from being easily damaged, its back is reinforced with a metal and glass composite. The main component is an anodized aluminium. Should I say aluminium or aluminum? Would you say aluminum or aluminium? Okay, I think she would say aluminum. An anodized aluminum alloy, and its surface has undergone. What the f is that? Magnetorheological polishing. I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Just know that it's a material that easily retains fingerprints. Got it.
Hold it!
The fingerprints found on the remote control are indeed those of Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire. Is that correct? How could I make a mistake on such an important matter? Then what is the condition of their fingerprints? There are several sets of Joseph Crimson's fingerprints, both left and right hand. Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints show only one set from her right hand, the thumb and index finger and middle being relatively clear. Director Crimson might have studied the remote control repeatedly. Sapphire only picked it up once in a panic. It really does seem to match the situation at the time. Since the material of the remote control makes it easy to collect fingerprints, why are there any earlier records? Theoretically, yes, but after Joseph Crimson received it, he might have wiped its surface. In that case, the fingerprints of those who previously handled it would have been erased. Including myself, the police who have handled it were all wearing gloves, so there would be no fingerprints of ours left. Cujo seemed very careful with it, and we did not detect her fingerprints either. In short, the current state of the remote control is exactly the same as it was before it was stolen. Can you add that to the statement to the testimony? Why? You find anything? Not yet, but more information is always better. Whatever. The current fingerprint condition of the remote control is exactly the same as it was before it was stolen.
Hold it!
Even if it was non-replicable traces, it doesn't necessarily mean that the remote control is genuine, right? For example, if someone took the genuine remote control apart, and then put the trace-bearing shell onto the fake one, a bum remote control isn't a toy. Taking it apart is very dangerous. Moreover, most advanced US military weapons are equipped with self-destruct mechanisms once disassembled. Could the remote control itself be a bomb? Not necessarily, but it's hard to guarantee it doesn't have traps like poison or darts inside. Then how did you manage to install the tracking device back then? The tracking device is very small and flat, and it can slide into the button's gap. It seems that the idea of dismantling the genuine shell wouldn't work either. The remote control should have Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints on it. I'm clear on that. Could it be that we were wrong and this remote control is actually genuine? I wasn't involved in the case at the Robot Research Center, so I have no idea. But if someone is really wrong with this remote control, there might be some oversight somewhere. What exactly did she overlook? By the way, although it's rarely used, you can also present profile pics during presentation. If you think there's a contradiction between Detective Sanford's testimony and a certain person, you can present it. Let me try. Wait, did I do this one?
Hold it!
Just because the fingerprints match perfectly doesn't mean it's genuine. Joseph Crimson is already dead, so it's impossible for him to touch the remote control again. And Zoe Sapphire is currently free. I must have to find her and force her to touch it? Even if Detective Crimson is dead, it would still be possible to leave fingerprints, right? In detective novels, there are often scenarios where the detective's hands are used to hold a gun to stage a suicide. If a fake bomb control was made to be touched by Joseph Crimson's corpse, would that also leave fingerprints?
Objection!
I don't know how obsessed you are with detective novels to come up with such a far-fetched theory of all time. Just answer me. How long has he died? How long has Joseph Crimson been dead? About half a year. That case is closed a long time ago. What will we keep his body for? Do you think our police department is a graveyard? A little. So you mean? Yes. Joseph Joseph Crimson's body was already cremated. Are you suggesting I go find a pile of ashes to get fingerprints? Yes. I didn't know that. Now you know. In any case, the current state of the remote control is currently the same as it was before. If the remote control was genuine, it would be the same one as the one I found at the research center. Think carefully. Is there any important clue that might be missing?
Objection!
Oh! Oh my god! Now I remember! Detective Sanford, tell me, your claim is the fingerprints on the remote control is exactly the same as it was before it was stolen, which is enough to prove it's genuine, right? Of course. In other words, if the fingerprints on the remote control do not match those before it was stolen, it would indicate that the remote control must be a fake, right? In theory, yes. But unfortunately, all the features in this remote control match those of the genuine one. Especially the fingerprints, which are irreplaceable, so it could never be a fake. It's precisely because of those fingerprints that I have the opportunity to prove it's a fake. What? In the case of Joseph Crimson, the people who handled the remote control were indeed Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire. And don't you remember? The person who found this remote control at the scene and eventually handed it to you was me! The Joseph Crimson case was the first case I handled independently in my legal career. With Annie, of course. To be honest, I took a long time to get into the groove, and my early investigations and defense work were a mess. Naturally, I didn't think of wearing gloves and avoiding contact with every item's surface. So the genuine bomb control should have had my fingerprints on it. Order! Order! Detective Sanford, how do you explain that? The other reasonable explanation is the bomb control that Skyshield had at the time was a fake.
Objection!
Even if you were on the one who originally found the remote control, the lack of your fingerprints isn't enough to prove it's a fake. Hujo might have simply wiped out the fingerprints.
Objection!
Even if she wiped out the fingerprints after getting the remote control, Joseph Crimson's and Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints should have been wiped as well, right? It can only be mine.
Objection!
Even if, as you say, the bomb control was a fake, you still can't prove it's related to Detective Sanford. Since the Robot Research Center was closed, this remote control has experienced a lot. There are many chances to replace it.
Objection!
You're wrong. Prosecutor Ray, don't you understand? It's precisely the two sets of fingerprints on the remote control that reveal Detective Sanford's role in the case. If it were merely a swapped fake, it could have the fingerprints of those two people on it. The fingerprint of Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire on the remote control are known only to few people involved in the case. And imprinting these fingerprints by some technical means is not something an ordinary person can do. It proves that Detective Sanford not only fabricated a fake, but also forged the fingerprints on it. Maybe I'll lower the volume a bit. Okay, there. Can you still claim to be unrelated to the case after having done such things, Detective Sanford? Order! Order! What is going on here? What is happening? Wait, if the remote control in Cucho's hands is really a fake? Yes, Sis realized the most terrifying thing I would not like to admit. But at this point, I can no longer avoid it. Don't hesitate any longer. Say it out loud. Yes, Your Honor, everyone, you must all remember what happened in the court a few months ago. In a desperate situation, Fujio used the bomb left inside Annie, also known as the robot GBXF 004 to threaten us. But at that time, Chuchua actually had no ability to detonate the bomb. There was only one explanation I can think of. At the time, it was you who activated the bomb inside Annie. It was you who detonated the bomb in court, causing Annie to be obliterated. It was you! Detective Sanford.
Objection!
It seems I have no choice but to admit it. Are you saying that you... Sweetie, I have to admit now. I underestimated your determination before. Huh? It seems you are determined to label me as a murderer. No, not just a murderer. You want to make me out as a demon who disregards the lives of others. I just want to find the truth in the case, and the truth happens to involve you. I have no choice. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll stop playing around and show you the real deal. The real deal? Your Honor, I completely deny all the accusations presented by the defense just now. What? Until now, all the accusations made by the defense are still based on speculation and baseless delulu. Without concrete evidence, I will not acknowledge any accusation. Isn't the fake remote control and the forged fingerprints evidence? Is that so? So it turns out the remote control is a fake, with forged fingerprints on it. If you hadn't discovered it, I would still be in the dark. The person who made it was clearly you.
Objection!
Stop. Answer me. How do you plan to prove that the person who stole the remote control was me?
Objection!
The remote control in Kucho's hands is a fake, and even the police were unaware of it. Given that, aren't you the one who had the means and technical preparation to create this fake? The most sussy baka?
Objection!
Hard to say. The remote control has been stolen for such a long time. We are not sure how many times it has changed hands or who has handled it. Finding it to be a fake now doesn't necessarily mean that the remote control she had at the time was also a fake. The truth is, after determining that I am the murderer, you're trying to pin all sorts of crimes on me. You can't find evidence in this case, so you pull in events from months ago. But I'm disappointed that you're still using speculative conjectures as your so-called evidence. I detonated the bomb in court. Ridiculous. Where's the evidence? The bomb has turned into ashes. Even if Detective Sanford had the real control, she would have disposed of it long ago. The evidence for this matter cannot exist fundamentally. Moreover, have you considered the point of detonating the bomb inside her? Kyoja was already doomed in court, but the explosion gave her the chance to escape. If I had really given her a fake remote as you said, why would I be so panicked? Why would I cooperate with her threat and actually activate the bomb? To save her life? Sweetie, do you think I had any reason to do such a thing? Her words do remind me. Defense, according to what you said, Detective Sanford harbored intent to kill Kuchio. But the result of that commotion was that Kuchio escaped from the court. Doesn't that sound contradictory? I was so eager to reach a conclusion. I haven't had time to think about the reason. All along I've been using the evidence I have and the logic in my mind to make deductions. But if we really consider it from the conclusion, Detective Sanford's actions seem a bit illogical. Why would she detonate the bomb inside Annie in court? Detective Sanford, who is zealous against evil and aims to maintain justice, does she really have a reason to do that? If it is the Detective Sanford I know, she would have no reason to do that. If she really is the Detective Sanford I know. The Detective Sanford I know is someone who hates evil and is strong and brave. Such a person would have no reason to detonate the bomb inside Annie, putting everyone in danger. And would she really push Annie to such a cruel end out of her own hatred? But what if Detective Sanford had another identity that I didn't know at all? Detective Sanford, I have an idea. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. If you're going to you're going to get involved too? Go ahead. Whether it's a sniper attack or at the Genesis Financial Mansion, the attack on the evidence room, swapping the real and the fake remote controls, or pressing the activation button in court. There's one person who seems to fit all these conditions. Are you saying the one we still don't know about the identity of? The second head of Sky Shield. Tuna. It could be Tuna, but it could be you. Oh? Yes, it's summer now. If she is Tuna, her motives can't be fully explained. As the top leaders of this criminal organization, it's normal for her and Callens to have a power struggle. Whether it's killing Snowflake or framing Callens, these actions would benefit Tuna. And the previous attacks on the evidence room was also a part of the plan to lure Callens. But if such a person really exists, there should be some traces left, right? Yeah. So based on previous statements, it's possible. If Tuna's real goal was to eliminate the head of Sky Shield led by Callens, she could have truly seized control after this case. Order! Order! Defense, what are you trying to say? Isn't it obvious? Detective Sanford. I'm more convinced that Charlie Drake is Tuna than... Yeah, no. No way. Detective Sanford must have other reasons for activating the bomb. Sweetie, you've come this far. Why not finish it? You want to say, I'm Tuna? Seems I have no way out. Yes. What? The Detective Sanford I know would never have the heart to activate the bomb in such a situation. Even though Annie wasn't alive in the strictest sense, the people in the courtroom were under real threat. But if you are a heartless head of Sky Shield, everything makes sense.
Objection.
Enough! Do you really know what your words imply? Even though I find it hard to believe. I did select no, right? Even though I find it hard to believe, this is the only conclusion I can reach now. I believe that the person who had executed all these plans and activated the bomb inside Annie is none other than Detective Sanford, who is also known as Tuna. What? Order. Order! Are you serious? Detective Sanford! Tuna!
Back up!
Oh. Tuna? You're saying I'm Tuna? Detective Sanford. Oh. My goodness. This is low-key hard. Oh my... Okay, turning the volume up now. Oh my god. Sweetie, you really pissed me off. Detective Sanford. What? Be careful. She is vastly different from the usual Detective Sanford. I'm afraid this is her true form when she's on the battlefield. Detective Sanford, is this your true face? Tessa, even though you've been an Interpol officer for several years, I've never seen you like this before. But I know acting out of emotion is not your style. Stella, I never imagined find myself in this situation. Moreover, it's this little girl I'm facing. Now, I won't care whose relative she is. What should I do? I'm trembling all over. Miss Ray, I could laugh off all the accusations you've made against me. But now you're pushing the name of Tuna onto me? I really don't know what you're trying to achieve. I'm also reluctant to believe that the mastermind behind the actions is you. So, Detective Sanford, I hope you can provide a final explanation for these suspicions. Sweetie, you're very brave. I cooperated with you repeatedly, yet you've turned around and accused me of being a member of Sky Shield. You want an explanation, do you? Then come out and accept my challenge. She's so overwhelming.
真是令我失望。让姐姐我看看，你的指认究竟有几斤几两。
Oh my god. This is gonna be so fucking spicy.
这些年以来，天盾将我的好友、至亲接连夺走，你以为我放得下吗？假若林小璐和银河的行踪与身份已经暴露，我完全可以光明正大的行动。我带着队伍正面将林小璐击毙，再将银河捉拿归案。敢问有何问题？我有什么理由需要这样大费周章的布局干掉他们？实在可笑！你们大可去彻查我入职以来的全部记录。 国际刑警总部全都有备案，你们敢吗？你们也太小看国际刑警了，总部早就有关于玉兔身份的情报了。
Now I realized, accusing Detective Sanford of being a member of Sky Shield might be the biggest provocation against her. No shit. Like, come on, man. Even she was. Oh man. But as a detective, why would she resort to such methods? Why would she take so much risk? What kind of person am I really facing? The momentum is completely different from before. So overwhelming. Since this is my claim, I must see it through, whether it leads to the truth or punishment.
Objection!
Detective Sanford, are you implying that Interpol has already identified Tuna? That's right. Interpol has been closely following Sky Shield for many years and has gathered some information. But that's confidential information from headquarters. I certainly wouldn't reveal it easily. But now, with two aggressive lawyers pressing this accusation on me, I have to speak up a bit more today. At worst, I'll take responsibility when I get back. Now listen up. Second head of Sky Shield's Tuna is a defector from the FBI. Huh? Her name is Julia Fortuna, 46-year-old. Of course, her apprentice is typical of a Caucasian. She joined the FBI 24 years ago, but suddenly left the organization 15 years ago and disappeared. Witnesses claim she has not changed in appearance during these 15 years, but it cannot be confirmed. The high-end equipment and advanced counterintelligence and breakout techniques of Sky Shield during Interpol operations are all attributable to her. All the above is recorded at Interpol headquarters and can be verified. Even if you don't believe me, there is someone who can corroborate with it. What? Hey Galaxy, what do you think of what I said just now? I don't know her name or age, but she did mention she was brought from the FBI. Oh boy. Then answer me another question. Why do you think Tuna, who co-runs the criminal organization with you, is me? You? How dare you ask me? Let's set aside whether or not you're the one who killed Erica. When it comes to Tuna, in terms of speech, style, and intelligence, Tuna is nothing like you. There has been a police mole 5 years ago. If you are also a mole, I might as well commit seppuku. You too. Did you hear that? Be prepared and swallow the bitter fruit of your arrogance. Oh my god. We actually lost it? Order. Order! Do you still insist on that claim? After receiving all this information, this court believes that Detective Sanford is definitely not Tuna from Sky Shield. The defense has apparently made a very inappropriate accusation. Detective Sanford showed unprecedented determination on that issue. The information about Tuna has completely shattered the hypothesis I presented, and I never expected such a result. To be honest, my accusation that Detective Sanford is Tuna is indeed driven by personal motives, because I simply cannot believe that Detective Sanford I know would detonate a bomb inside Annie. If she were Tuna, she would no longer be the person I knew, and her evil deeds would make sense to me. What am I doing? At the final moment I'm being driven by emotions. What am I really hoping for? Calm down, Luna. Although I mentioned Tuna earlier, I don't believe that Detective Sanford is Tuna. I mentioned Tuna only to discuss whether there might be someone hidden in the shadows. God knows you dive straight into the topic. Chief, It's okay. I understand how you feel, but you need to stay calm now. Your actions just now undoubtedly touched Detective Sanford's bottom line. The information she provided has completely shattered the hypothesis you previously proposed. It has made our current situation extremely passive. Yeah. But on the flip side, this might have made a great opportunity. Really? Yeah. Detective Sanford has consistently remained non-committal about the previous accusations. Although she always said we lacked evidence, her rebuttals were always vague. But now she clearly denied the identity of Tuna. But clearly everything matches the facts. Yet we end up losing due to the lack of concrete evidence and unexplained motives. As I was worried earlier, the motive remains our Achilles heel. Although motive is not a necessary element for conviction, Detective Sanford's situation is very unique. Given our current situation, he can't even come up with a reasonable motive. Indeed, I consider that Detective Sanford might be driven by a personal need revenge against her enemy. But isn't it necessary to go such lengths? This assumption seems too flimsy. It seems the defense has nothing more to refute. Seems this boring game is nearing its end. After 90 hours, I hope so. thought it might be fun, but I didn't expect to face such vexing accusations. Take your defeat back and reflect on it. It seems the trial concerning the defendant Galaxy Kaida is finally coming to an end. Although the defense made a desperate struggle, it is clear that they clearly made that they have mistaken the suspect. I must apologize to Detective Sanford for the disturbance. It's okay. If both sides have no objections, I will proceed with the verdict. Prosecution, what's your stance? No objections. Whatever. Fine. And the defense? Are we really at our limit? Galaxy Kaida. Is he really about to be charged with premeditated murder? No, not just him. There are still many things I haven't figured out yet. Think it over. Is there any oversight? Is there something we missed? Defense, can you hear me? Please, give us a little more time, I beg you. Today's proceedings have dragged up from morning to the afternoon. I have given you quite a bit of time. There must still be room for discussion regarding Detective Sanford's motive. Are you still clinging to this? How many times do you want me to repeat it? I became an Interpol officer only to directly and openly shatter Sky Shield. Even for the sake of my close friend and deceased husband, I hope to use legal means to bring them to justice. I have no reason to go through such elaborate schemes to assassinate them. Was that an illusion? It shouldn't be happening in the courtroom. Fortunately, everything will end here. This court will officially announce...
Hold it!
Miss Ray, you still have something to say? Well, I shouted out without meaning to. Luna, what's wrong? I just felt it. It's something we encountered many times before. You mean... Why is this thing on me? Isn't it always confiscated during security checks? Don't you remember? Before the trial, Detective Sanford mentioned... I see now. Defense, please stop mumbling. I'm very troubled by your interruption and delay in proceedings. Your Honor, it's still far from the time for a verdict. What do you mean? We haven't presented our opinion on the motive for Detective Sanford's alleged crimes. You didn't provide a logical motive for the crime, and it's often very difficult to confirm a motive. Miss Ray, are you saying this just to delay the proceedings? No, I'm not. A cornered beast struggle. A cornered beast struggle. Boring. Haven't you had enough of this? Before substantiating the motive, we need some time to thoroughly review the events. Is it okay, Your Honor? The efficiency of the court proceedings is indeed very important. Is that a no? Just give me a bit more time. Reviewing the events isn't to buy time, but to find that feeling I had. However, if you can reveal any new possibilities, we cannot ignore them. Moreover, you have already shown your determination to everyone. Therefore, listen carefully, Miss Ray. Yes. In the time remaining, you may state your opinion on Detective Sanford's motive, but if you fail to present convincing claims and supporting evidence, this long-delayed trial cannot be postponed any further, and this court will deliver a verdict immediately. Am I clear? Understood. Think it over. Under what circumstances did Detective Sanford trigger the device? Now, we will formally present arguments. First, based on the conditions at the crime scene, it is clear that the case was premeditated. On January 28th, Galaxy Kaida and Erika Kuchio arranged to meet on the 101st floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. After they arrived there, the light shields were activated by the killer in the Genesis Financial Mansion. The eyes were temporarily blinded by the sudden strong light. At that moment, the killer shot Kujio through the glass. Hearing the gunshot, Galaxy, in panic, defended himself with the pistol, shooting aimlessly. When his vision returned, he found Kujio dead and then cleaned up the scene and moved the body. The fact is, the pistol loaded with 2 blank rounds was left on the ground deliberately by the killer. The purpose was to frame Galaxy Kaida. After the sniper attack, the killer used a zipline to reach the Skyrim Trade Center, thereby concealing their whereabouts. This person is you, Detective Sanford. Do you still deny it? Do I need to repeat myself? Why do I go through such trouble for something thankless? Your close friend, Jem Goldwyn, and your husband, Caliburn Stone, both died because of Sky Shield. Maybe you want to personally kill the heads of Sky Shield to avenge them? Ridiculous. I already said that I do hate Sky Shield, but even if it's for Cal's revenge, I would prefer to use legal means to punish them. I have no reason to secretly set up a scheme to kill the defendant and the victim. That's it! What Detective Sanford just said is a total lie. Although I don't know what lies behind the statement, it gives us an opportunity to attack. Now, Luna. What does that mean? Annie, this time you'll join us, right? What are you trying to do? This is a courtroom. I know, I just need to confirm a few things with Detective Sanford. You already confirmed many times. How many more times do you need me to say it? Detective Sanford is resisting corporation. Breaking through her lies is tougher than ever. Clearly not feasible to detect a heavy blow through her psychological defenses in just a few sentences. But Detective Sanford is human. No matter how intricate the setup, there will always be some vulnerabilities. As long as we can present evidence at the right time and break through one lie, we can move on to the right and press the advantage. This is my first time using the Verity lines in court. I don't know what will happen next. I'm using a touchpad. The mouse is not with me. Oh wait, hold on, let me try getting my mouse. In the meantime, just listen to the Verity Lance theme, it's very cool. Please work! Please, mouse! I need this! Ugh, come on! Please! Work! Okay, it's working, kind of. Is it just my illusion? When I activated it, it feels like everyone's gaze in the courtroom was severed. I'm fully aware that if this attempt fails, the judge will immediately deliver the verdict. This is the final battle. Once it starts, there's no turning back. Just be safe. Might be a good idea to save the progress here. Alright, here we go! Detective Sanford, you said that you have no reason for assassinating Erika Kushio, right? Of course I already said what needs to be said. Even if I wanted to kill her, I could have done it openly by leading a team to arrest her and killing her if she resisted. Indeed, given your position, choosing such a covert assassination makes no sense. You would have had to face the risk of the trap being uncovered and failing to kill her. And you already have to worry about the situation being discovered by the other police officers. Detective Sanford, he must have a compelling reason for having to do this. I don't think so. Think it over. What could have been the reason that made Detective Sanford take such a risky step? Yeah, I know. What prevented her from openly arresting Kuchio? What forced her to set up a trap to kill her in secret? There must be a reason why she couldn't be allowed to be arrested publicly. Detective Sanford, you arrest everything to kill Kuchio in this matter. Because... The reason Detective Sanford cannot directly capture Kuchio, perhaps is because Erika Kuchio knew something that was unfavorable for you? Oh? Even though you could kill her if she resisted during a direct capture, it wouldn't be absolutely safe. If your officers managed to capture her alive, she might reveal those secrets. So you have to silence her. Yes, that's the right direction. Okay, saving again. I didn't mean that, but okay, sure, whatever. I was gonna do that sometime anyway. What exactly are you trying to say? I've been a detective for so many years. I may not be a hero, but I am clean. What kind of information could Erika Kuchio, a detective, have against me? Maybe she would hold that maybe she hold the information that she herself didn't fully understand? If she knew your weakness, she might have already used it to blackmail you. She probably had some crucial information she wasn't even aware of, and you're eager to make it disappear. Naive. What could Erika Kuchio possibly have known? Why would I have wanted to make it disappear? Without concrete evidence, it's just delulu and not worth discussing. Her reaction proves my theory is on the right track. But I have no more leads on this topic. I can't imagine what crucial information Kuchio might have. If her purpose is to silence her, is there anyone else who might have been connected to this? Why the silence now? Are you realizing you're wrong and afraid to continue? I'm not sure what Erika knew, but there is someone else who might cooperate with this. You can't even explain Kuchio, and now you want to drag someone else into this? Right. If every event now is not isolated, connected, then might lead to the answer.
That's it.
Your assistant? Wait, what? When we discussed the explosion, we focused on Kuchio. But I neglected an important impossibility. Maybe your aim is not Kuchio. The real reason for you detonating the bomb was to shut Annie up. I shut her up? Though your assistant was a robot created by Sky Shield, she only had the memory of a 17-year-old girl who seldom went outside her village. Why would I seek trouble from her? If I really felt threatened by the robots, why would I not destroy Cyan too? No, you're wrong. GBXF-004 did have the memory of a real rural girl, but there's a fundamental difference between Annie and the other robot Cyan. Annie, also known as GBXF-004, did not have her original data erased like Cyan. You went so far to endanger everyone's lives in the courtroom to press that remote control. Right after she said, I clearly remembered every detail I saw and heard, right? Oh, Detective Sanford, you are wary of both Annie and Kuchio. Although their interactions were recent, they both happened to be witnesses of the same event. What exactly are you trying to say? Is it a number 761 from 5 years ago? Detective Sanford, you definitely haven't forgotten, right? The defendant Sans English, prosecutor Thoth Schubert, and lawyer Amun Thomas all died in the defendant's lobby of the court. The public result of the from the police said that the three of them perished together in a struggle. Due to the lack of evidence and witnesses, even though we had details about the result, we couldn't restart the investigation. That was what we all thought. But in reality, there were eyewitnesses in the room, and there were two of them. Those two eyewitnesses were the robots, GBXF-003 and 004, which later became Cyan and Annie. At the time, Kujo cut the power and attacked the bailiffs, making her location unpredictable. No one can be sure whether she happened to get close to the defendant lobby and witness the event. Oh, this is the only shared information of Annie and Kujo. Yes, Detective Sanford. What you're trying to cover up is the truth about incident number 761. Oh. I really underestimated you. So, Detective Sanford, can you now reveal everything you know? No, she's not gonna. She's definitely not gonna. She's gonna punch you in the face. Of course. Not. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is this melody? Okay, hold on, I gotta... Hey, composer, you are aware what this song is for, right? It's literally just clicking. It's just clicking. Okay. I'm gonna listen to this for my next PR. Oh. Okay. Hey, my headphones are heating up because the song is so fire, man. Holy crap. Not. I don't know why you dig up such an old case. My god. Okay. Time to lock in. Although I've accepted Cal's death, I still don't want to recall the details of that case. Bringing it up now, you really pissed me off. Wait, what is happening? She's really trying not to kill you right now. Detective Sanford's emotions are fluctuating wildly. Even the Verity Lance's gauges are shaking. Anger, sadness, regret, and an unfathomable darkness. So many complex emotions are spilling out. What should I do? What? Can't you handle it? Thief? Take it easy. After all, Verity Lance is just a tool for measuring emotions. To get Detective Sanford to speak, we need to rely on ourselves. I see. Calm down. The real fight... This is the final battle. Oh man. This time, I'll join in as well. Let's gather our strength and uncover the whole truth. I got it. Oh man, this is so fire. I will never forgive you! Fair enough. But I'll wait till everything is settled. Yes, after you are thoroughly defeated and left without a shred of dignity. Calm down. So Detective Sanford is in fight mode. It also means we're getting closer to the core of the truth. Detective Sanford, you must be well aware I've been chasing for the truth behind incident number 761 for years. But I never imagined you'd be behind it. It seems you are determined to see me as a murderer. First it was Cuccio, then Annie. What's next? What else do you plan to accuse me of? Are you gonna claim that the defendant lobby 5 years ago I killed all 3 of them? I need to give a speculation about Detective Sanford's connection to the incident now. I believe that your connection to this person's death is inescapable. Oh man. Sorry, this song is just so fire right now. Okay. Who is connected to incident number 761 is in the witness list? Oh, right. Oh, okay. The person who killed Chief Thomas and Prosecutor Schubert, judging by their wounds, can only be Sans English. And I really can't think of any motive you might have to kill the 2 seniors. But Sans English's death is most likely related to you, because you had both the motive to eliminate him and the opportunity to obtain the weapon used in the crime. Technically, it's not really a crime at that point. It's justified. Oh. I'm gonna save again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. In that case, Detective Sanford, you're both the victim's family and an excellent detective. When the court trial was suddenly interrupted by a blackout and Cuccio attacked the bailiffs, you immediately realized it was a meticulously planned prisoner rescue by Sky Shield. Having just suffered from Detective Stone's death, you must have been determined to prevent the killer from escaping at any cost. As a safety officer, you have to safeguard evidence, which includes Detective Stone's service weapon. So amidst the chaos, you picked up the pistol and rushed to the defendant's lobby where Sans was. But when you arrived, you found Sans English, who just attacked the 2 and was preparing to escape. You couldn't tolerate Detective Stone's hard-earned prisoner escaping, so you took deadly action. I think it's justified though. It's not really an incident anymore, it's kind of like, okay, she took down someone who killed 2 people and is trying to escape. Lethal force, license to kill type stuff. Hey man, I'm on your side. But the game's not letting me side you. Full of flaws. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Just because I had an opportunity to get the weapon, you're pinning the blame on me? The police do have a duty to safeguard evidence, but that pistol was just presented in court. It was placed on the evidence table where anyone could reach. Many people had the opportunity to get that weapon, including you 2. What about the motive? There weren't many people who wanted to kill Sans. Pretty sure there are. I'm pretty sure there are. Besides, even if I really did rush into the room with a pistol, how was I supposed to kill him? Just firing the pistol? You're also involved in the incident. Have you also forgotten? The courthouse was in a blackout at the time, and the room had no windows. In other words, the crime scene was completely pitch black. Right. The autopsy report in Sans shows he was shot in the heart and died instantly. Was I supposed to just shoot blindly and hit his heart coincidentally? Yes, in the absence of light, it's nearly impossible to see the situation inside the room. Let alone Sans English, who was trained in military tactics. You understand? Without light, even I would be no better than a blind person. Not only would Lily Sanford fail, but so would Tessa Stanford. Oh. If you insist that the perpetrator was an outsider, then it must have been someone with the night vision equipment. No, can't be!
Wait a sec.
Although there was no lighting at the scene, it can't be ruled out that you might have carried a lighting tool. Tactical flashlights are standard equipment for police officers, but I was in a courthouse, not on duty. I didn't carry any equipment, guns, batons, or flashlights. Lighting tools. Wait a moment. Oh god, she said lighting tools. Detective Sanford, there should have been something at the scene that could have been used for lighting. Stop bluffing. If that really was, the two seniors wouldn't have been killed in a surprise attack. Sorry. No, I believe the lighting tool must have existed. It was... Detective Sanford, although the defendant lobby was in a blackout back then, there was one item that had electricity, if I remember correctly. That's impossible. This courthouse is an old building and doesn't have a backup power supply. This item didn't need a backup power supply because its power source was internal. Detective Sanford, the lipstick you carry around is actually a stun gun. Did you carry it with you that day? I thought you were going to say something major. This is the last gift Cal gave me. I kept it with me all these years. Detective Sanford, you could have used the electrical sparks from it for lighting. Nonsense. Huh? How much light do you think this thing can really emit? You've seen it before, right? The electrical sparks from the stun gun lipstick can't even light up my hand. Even if I activated the laser coil at the end, it couldn't be used for lighting. If it's activated in the dark, it wouldn't even light up a meter in front of me. And don't you forget, Sans English was a Special Forces soldier. If I turned on the stun gun for lighting, it would quickly reveal my position. In close combat, even Cal couldn't beat him, let alone me. That's so. Only lighting up less than a meter away and continuously using it would expose your position. Even such an inconvenient tool might have had a reasonable way to be used. To use a stun gun to hit a target in complete darkness. Is there a clever way to use this tool? Detective Sanford, you could have shot Sans English. You only needed to... You only needed to throw the lipstick to him. That was one of my few weapons. Handing it over to a former Special Forces soldier with exceptional combat skills. Was I insane? Yeah. If you held the lipstick and released electrical sparks, your position would be exposed immediately. But if you threw it at that moment and made Sans English catch it, then he would be the one giving away his location. Although the lighting of the electrical sparks was weak, it was enough for you to locate your shooting target in the darkness. I don't know where you're getting such vivid imagination. I don't know either. But I don't know, maybe crack. But don't forget, although this case lacks decisive evidence, there is a complete autopsy report. One important basis for the conclusion of the three perished together is the gunpowder residue on Prosecutor Schubert's hand. And you, as witness to the event, reported hearing only one gunshot at the scene. Therefore, the shooter must have undoubtedly been Prosecutor Schubert. Perhaps he really fired a shot at the scene regardless of his reason. But was there really only one bullet fired at the scene? Of course, that bullet is still in Sans English heart due to the autopsy. No, I have evidence to prove that a second bullet was fired at the scene.
That's it.
What is this? I don't think it can prove a second bullet was fired at the scene. It definitely can, but because this is the bullet. What? Yeah, so confident that I'm saving over the choice. Yeah! This is taken from Cyan. No, GBXF003. 5 years ago, this bullet directly damaged her lower limb, forcing her to move on tracks. At the time of the incident, only one gunshot was heard at the court, and this bullet was hidden in her body, which was quickly taken away by Joseph Crimson. The police could only assume that Mr. Schubert, who tested positive for gunshot residue, was the one who killed Sans English. However, the existence of this bullet can shatter the assumption instantly. Detective Stone's pistol has now been brought to court. Rifling analysis on the bullet will prove that this murder weapon was fired twice in incident number 761. Oh? I'm sorry, man. I'm really on your side, I swear. The game is forcing me to do this, man. Great. This is the first time Detective Sanford has shown a flustered expression. I'm so sorry, man. I do not approve of this, but, like, come on. As long as I keep pushing in this direction... Oh. I've already discarded some of memories. Because of this, Lily Sanford from 5 years ago was already dead. That's what Darth Vader said, I'm just saying. The person standing in this court now is just Tessa Sanford, an Interpol detective. This version of me also has duties to fulfill. That is all. Jeez. Her resistance has only grown stronger. Oh boy. Detective Sanford's patience is wearing thin. There must be secrets I haven't discovered yet. Listen carefully, sweetie. Even if there were 2 shots fired at the scene, one of them was fired by Prosecutor Schubert. You can't prove that the shot which hit Sans English wasn't fired by him? Well, even if it did kill Sans English as you claim, have you heard of a term called criminal justification? Of course. You're referring to the situation where law enforcement officers shoot and kill criminals who are threatening society. Although the act constitutes a crime, the essential nature of the act benefits society, so the officer wouldn't be convicted. Sans back then was a dangerous figure that everyone feared. Not only had he attacked and killed 2 people, but he also planned to escape from the courthouse armed. May I ask, as a detective, is there a problem with me shooting someone like that? As you said, I had killed him by throwing my lipstick. I wouldn't just need to stand there and call for help. Once others arrive and I explain, not only would I avoid any blame, but I might even be commended for my actions. Why would I go through so much trouble to cover it up? I was so focused on uncovering the truth that I didn't consider the internal logic of this reasoning. I did. Skill issue. Give me your job. Detective Sanford is right. If she had shot Sans English, there would be no need to conceal it. Don't rush. When you hit a mental block, try a new perspective to break free from the usual patterns. Yeah, I should confine myself. Instead, consider what circumstances Detective Sanford wouldn't have to conceal this matter. Could it be that Detective Sanford used illegal methods against Sans English out of personal revenge? No, not to mention she's not that kind of person. If she really did something to Sans English, the autopsy report would definitely show it. Think again. Seems that this is the only reason which makes sense. Detective Sanford, you were actually trying to avoid being involved in this case, which wouldn't actually harm you. Because you didn't want to be investigated, right? What? Although shooting a dangerous individual who had just killed someone I was on the run was part of your duty. Objectively speaking, once a shooting incident occurs, a normal investigation process is inevitable. What you were hoping for was to divert the police's attention away from yourself and focus on the 3 deceased in the lobby. I have nothing to fear in this matter. Even if investigated, so what? Perhaps in this incident, Detective Sanford's actions do not have any blemishes. But what do you want to conceal is probably something outside of the incident, right? Excuse me? Once there is one lie, countless lies are needed to cover it. There are probably not many things that could make Detective Sanford go to such lengths to hide. I think I already figured out the root cause of all the subsequent events. Detective Sanford, what you want to conceal should be related to this person.
That's it.
At the time of incident number 761, we were trying the case of Detective Caliburn Stone's murder. Since the defendant died due to the proceedings, the trial never reached its conclusion. But there are many unresolved questions in this case. The death of Cal has long been settled by the judicial community. Now you're bringing up old matters again. Are you trying to rub salt in my wounds? If it turns out that this matter should not have been pursued further, I apologize for my offense. You're gonna be paying later, trust me. Self-defense, right? But everyone, including us, believes that either Sans English or Cujo killed Detective Stone. But is that really the truth? You were the prosecutor responsible for the case back then. You should have known the facts better than anyone. No, I don't know. Rather, regardless of which of the two was the real murderer, there was still a lot of evidence that cannot be explained. Detective Sanford, what you've been desperately trying to conceal is precisely this case. Oh, I'm getting close. You really dare to speak so recklessly. The death of Cal is a case that has captured worldwide attention. Yeah. The investigation and trial of this case were handled with the highest standards in the judicial system. And the truth was revealed 5 years ago in court. No, during the trial back then, all the people involved had many doubts surrounding them. Because incident number 761 was too horrific, we shifted our focus away from Detective Stone's case. What are you implying? Think carefully. Detective Stone's actions have always been unusual. According to Detective Stone's account, he went undercover in Sky Shield on his own initiative to seek revenge. The person he wanted to take revenge for should be your mutual friend, Jem Goldwyn, right? And so? Detective Goldwyn was a legendary figure in the judicial world. I heard a little about her achievements. She sacrificed her own life to shield the bomb, greatly reducing the casualties of the incident. You three were not only childhood friends, but also entered the police academy together and realized their dreams as colleagues. I don't understand why you're bringing this up. The loss of a dear friend might leave you and your spouse heartbroken. But to sacrifice another life just for revenge seems a bit unworthy, doesn't it? Detective Stone even left behind a video like that. He was clearly determined to die while carrying out his mission. If he had used normal means and fought alongside the other officers on the front lines against Sky Shield, even if the revenge was slightly delayed, he would have achieved his goal. Your assumption is utterly nonsensical. We're police officers. Risking our lives to eliminate dangerous criminals is just a part of the job. No, that's not right. For years I had a major doubt. Detective Sanford, when these— oh my— no, you're not gonna bring that up, are you? Oh dear God, no. Oh dear God. You're really gonna— oh my God. Oh my God, you're bringing up adultery in this too, aren't you? Okay. Really? Adultery. Here. Okay. Detective Sanford, Randy's age this year is 4.5, correct? Oh my god, you're bringing up adultery now. Okay. If you gave birth to him 6 months after incident number 761, it means that you were already pregnant long before Detective Stone's sacrifice. You! If Detective Stone's actions were directed by the police prioritizing the greater good over personal life would make sense. But to abandon his pregnant wife to take a nearly suicidal action on his own accord, even if he insisted on going undercover, couldn't he have waited until after the child was born? No. He had already sacrificed himself. What's the point in digging into this now? Oh my god, please don't bring adultery into this. Please don't. I'm thinking that Detective Stone's behavior was indeed difficult to understand with ordinary logic. Unless... oh my... please don't. I'm begging you, please don't. Oh my gosh, What? What? Is it possible? So, the seemingly meaningless piece of evidence makes sense. What piece of evidence? Links to adultery. Oh. I understand now. Detective Stone's urgent need for revenge against Sky Shield is because of this.
That's it.
I see now. This explains everything. Oh, thank God there's no adultery. Okay, he was just gonna die soon. Okay, I see. Doesn't make it much better, but at least it's better than adultery. I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. This fact may be too painful for me to understand, but I have to reveal it. This is a diagnostic record left by GBXF-004 when she was a diagnostic robot. And the individuals she scanned that day were the people she had come into contact with in the stadium. Ridiculous. How can this record be related to Cal? This is precisely what I was gonna explain. 004 could estimate a person's remaining lifespan in days based on their physical condition. At the time, Apex Stadium had thousands of staff and spectators, and their diagnostic results were thousands or even tens of thousands of days. In the midst of all these numbers, there was one person with a different result. 7. That means that person only had 7 days left to live. Now I finally realize the significance of this record. This ID. I think you should recognize it, Detective Sanford. There's no point in hiding it. We can uncover the truth with a bit of investigation. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Detective Stone's ID code. Oh my god, he had cancer. Did he get AIDS? Please not AIDS. I don't know what kind of illness it was, but I can't say for sure that by the time the incident occurred, Detective Sanford was terminally ill, with his life coming to an end. Either prostate cancer or AIDS. I'm so sorry. It was precisely because he knew it was because he chose to take desperate measures. It was because he knew it, he chose to take desperate measures. Because he no longer had time to wait for Sky Shield to be slowly dismantled by normal means. Detective Sanford wanted to make one last effort with his fading life to avenge his fallen friend. At the same time, he wanted to ensure peace for the world where you and your son would live after his death, right? How? I thought it was adultery, but you know. Yeah. How? Detective Sanford, I'm not done. Can't possibly be aware of Detective Stone's illness. While he may have kept his undercover role in Sky Shield a secret from the police department, how could you, who were with him day in and day out, truly be unaware? In order to thwart the conspiracy against the Universal Games and capture the two heads, Cerberus and Snowflake, Detective Stone went all in, setting a trap alone in the sauna. However, the outcome of this trap wasn't satisfying to him, was it? What? What are you trying to say? Sans English, also known as Cerberus, was initially arrested on the charge of peeping. After a fierce struggle, although Detective Stone was on the brink of death with his ailing body, he was not seriously harmed. Is this the result he and you wanted? Although Detective Stone later published some evidence suggesting that Sans English might have been Cerberus, those materials are not compelling enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to carry out such complex actions. Her actions could just be reported to police he could have just reported it to the police department and organized an arrest directly. Yes. Oh. It was Charlie Drake saying that. Sorry, I'm just too into it. If Sans English insisted his motive was peeping, his actions wouldn't be considered a criminal offense, and he only faced detention for assaulting an officer. To put Sans English on trial and establish his identity, one necessary condition was Detective Caliburn Stone died in that incident. Am I right? No. Shut. From the beginning, you planned that Sans English had to become a murderer. And you, Detective Sanford, who risked everything, would never allow the plan to go wrong. The real murderer of Detective Stone was actually this person, right? What am I thinking? I shouldn't joke around at a time like this. Okay, fine.
That's it.
The operation has completely exposed Detective Stone's undercover identity as Tryons. Given his physical condition, he couldn't have continued any new plans. To completely bring down Sans, he had no other choice. After going to the sauna, Sans English was convinced that Detective Stone was still alive. And when Cujo arrived at the sauna, Detective Stone was already dead. The only person who could have visited there between them was the one who could keep in contact with Detective Stone via intercom and know the situation on site, Detective Sanford. I'm so sorry, man. I mean, it was to take down a criminal organization, but I'm so sorry. You were willing to go so far to personally shoot your husband to see the plan through, right?
Back up!
Stop deluding yourself. Have you forgotten how you were utterly defeated 5 years ago? The ballistic analysis report still kept at the police department. Whether we consider the shooting height, distance, or angle of the entry, the shooter could have only been Sans English. No. For a professional like you, such a scene could have been easily fabricated. Are you insane? You know how difficult it is to forge a crime scene that could deceive ballistic analysis? My knowledge in this area is limited, but I can imagine its difficulty. Perhaps it was truly challenging that you alone couldn't have accomplished it. However, with an accomplice, it might have been a different story. Oh my gosh. It's Randy! Right? Who else was there? The accomplice who helped Detective Sanford fabricate the scene is...
That's it.
According to the ballistic analysis report, the only person whose height matches that of the shooter was indeed Sans English. You need to use a very awkward shooting posture to achieve such a result. Additionally, the victim would need to be positioned precisely with both posture and angle of entry being exact. Without the cooperation of the victim himself, such a disguise would be impossible to complete. To complete your plan with Detective Stone's life was running out. To make Sans English a murderer, and then reveal his true identity in court via Detective Stone's video, Detective Sanford, you were acting under his instructions. Or perhaps even his pleading, weren't you? Oh boy. Perhaps that was the last request made to you by Detective Stone, who was already doomed to die. You personally ended the life of your beloved, didn't you? No. No! Oh. Afterward, this explosive development quickly thrust Sans into a storm of public opinion. Even though Detective Stone's evidence was not complete, everyone in the courtroom concluded he was indeed Cerberus. Your plan was originally successful, but you didn't anticipate Skyshield had a counter-strategy. Talents even faked the kidnapping to give Snowflake a chance to rescue Sans English from the courtroom. Back then, you didn't understand Snowflake's true motives. You only believed she was genuinely trying to save him. You couldn't let Detective Stone's sacrifice be in vain, so you went to the lobby and shot Sans English. The cycle of cause and effect should have vanished at the moment of Sans English's death. But Detective Sanford, you had another reason to forever bury the truth in darkness. This is the reason only you would have. Shut up! Shut up! Detective Sanford, face it! You have your reasons, but we have our persistence. The reason you had to destroy Annie, kill Cujo, and frame Galaxy was for this person.
That's it.
You couldn't let Erica Cujo fall into the hands of the police alive, and you certainly couldn't let Annie reveal your secret, because even though Detective Stone had gone, your son Randy is still here. Only by burying all this can Randy grow up healthily and happily as the descendant of a hero. If the truth from that time is exposed, you will likely face criminal charges. Nah, I'd commend her. I'd give her a Medal of Honor personally, if I was president. What are you talking about? And Randy will lose you, his only parent. The heroic deeds of you two will be cast in the heavy shadow. You can't imagine what kind of life Randy will endure afterwards. Therefore, even if it means eliminating the innocent Annie, threatening the lives of everyone in the courtroom, or assassinating Cujo, you would never back down, right? This is the truth behind everything that has happened over the past 5 years. Am I right? You... That's right. Jem. Cal. Oh my gosh. I didn't do it wrong. Or am I wrong? No. Did I let you down? No, you... Just give her a presidential pardon, please. Please. She deserves it. Everything shouldn't have been like this. It shouldn't be 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 like this. So, Detective Sanford, can you truly tell us what happened back then? Oh my gosh, she's back to her Lily Sanford portrait angle thing. Fine then. Even if I use all my wits, I cannot escape my fate. If you learned anything from your sister, you should know that Cal, Jem, and I were all orphans. 30 years ago, There was a vicious incident where a cult organized captured children for sacrifices. And we were among the few survivors from that time. Back then, a brave and fearless police officer rescued us from that hellhole. Then we vowed to join the police ourselves to repay society. Chief, do you know anything about that? It's nothing. Let's just listen to her. I thought we could study together, dream together, work together, spending a lifetime together. It's not rare for police officers to fall in the line of duty, but I never expected Jem to end up like that. Rest in pieces. Because of Skyshield's crazy actions, Jem was reduced to ashes in that stadium. I haven't fully accepted this fact yet, and Cal was diagnosed with a rare blood disease. This disease is incurable, and his life was already on a countdown at that point. I was still planning my future, but all those plans suddenly collapsed that year. It was at that time that he proposed this plan. Although Cal claimed that in the video he wanted to avenge Jem, he knew better than anyone that the person who couldn't let go of the hatred was actually me. The decision, which was incredibly cruel of me, was one we made together. I repeatedly asked him to abort the plan, but he refused. To this day, I can't even remember our conversation in the sauna. What remains in my mind was only Cal's final words on his deathbed. I hope this world will be a better place after I'm gone. What happened next was just as you said. We were on the verge of success, only to be thwarted by Kujio. Then you intended to go to the lobby and kill him? No, I didn't have the intention to kill from the start. I just wanted to get to the scene as quickly as possible and call for backup to control him. After all, I'm a police officer and wouldn't let hatred cloud my judgment. It's more meaningful for this Skyshield demon to face justice publicly than for me to execute him privately. However, the situation at the time was like this. Hands up! Freeze! You? Put down the gun. You can't see where I am. What about the other two in the room? What have you done with them? As you can see, dying. Oh, sorry. I forgot you can't see them now. You... Well... Officer, how about we make a deal? Shut up and stay still. Bayleaf. Shh. Don't rush to call for backup. You'll be interested in what I'm about to say. Your husband's murder had puzzled me since I entered the courtroom. I didn't know Snowflake's identity before, but I knew she never used a gun. And my shooting feeling never fails. Trians was not shot by me. If it was neither me nor her, who else had a reason to act? It wasn't until just now when the courtroom that I thought of this alarming possibility. To expose my identity under public scrutiny, the two of you had gone to such lengths. Such courage and execution far surpassed my expectations. I don't hold any grudge against Trions now. I only admire him from the bottom of my heart. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. Under these circumstances, no one will blame you for your negligence. What? If you keep on keeping me here, I'm not obliged to keep your secrets. Though it may endanger me, it is not difficult to redirect this case to the right path. Having Snowflake successfully rescue me would be the best outcome for both of us, wouldn't it? I'm not admitting anything, but even if I open this door, you won't escape. By the time you finish reaching the courtroom door in this darkness, that power would have been restored. You don't need to worry about that. Fine, You're right. Rather than lingering here until the lights come back on, it's a better choice for me to let you go. I might as well do the right thing all the way. Here, take this. What? If it was about hand-to-hand combat, being a woman, I can't match Sans English's special forces skills. But when it comes to marksmanship, I'm a standout from the police academy, and not necessarily any less skilled than he was. Just give me 1 second of vision, I can take his life. After you killed him, you immediately staged the scene to make it look like the three of them died together. No, you're wrong. The one who staged the scene wasn't me. Huh? Are you saying there's someone else at the scene? Ahem. Who is it? So, it was you. Prosecutor Schubert? Are you okay? That guy tricked me. Don't talk. Where are you injured? Tap the floor. I'll follow the sound and bandage you up. No need. I'm not gonna make it. But there were some things I couldn't figure out in court. Now I understand. You killed Detective Caliburn Stone, right? Don't listen to that villain. Don't panic. I haven't told anyone. I didn't realize it just from his words. During the autopsy, I noticed some small scars on Caliburn Stone's hands. The forensic examiner didn't mention it at all. I suppose you and your husband had arranged it beforehand. As an older person, I know these scars best. They are needle marks from IV drips. So I investigated it. Caliburn Stone, even if he hadn't died in this case, he didn't have much time left, did he? And from the beginning, this operation against Sky Shield, he never intended to survive, did he? I can't answer that. Take it easy. As a dying man, I won't do anything to you. Were the two of you acting for revenge or to protect the public? Forget it. Although the methods are not to be condoned, I have a certain respect for you. I can't be discovered, and Cal's matters must remain hidden forever. Is it really worth it, just for the sake of the dead's reputation? I have his child. I see. You won't be held accountable for killing Sans English. But becoming the focus of the case can't be a good thing for you. Give me the gun. What? When I fire, open the door and leave. What are you? I hope I haven't misjudged you. Let your child grow well, and not follow the wrong path. Blowing up the robot in the courtroom was not my intention, but the situation was critical at the time. Annie Lemon might reveal what she knew from 5 years ago at any moment. With the four of you being so observant, even a small clue could have been fatal to me. Even so, you shouldn't have endangered everyone in the courtroom, should you? I didn't! Since incident number 761, I've been in this courtroom countless times. I know every room and corridor at the back of my hand. I confirmed the number of people in the courtroom and adjacent rooms. The detonation time was enough for everyone to evacuate. I really didn't expect she would. You already deduced most of what happened at the Skyrim Trade Center, so I won't repeat it. 5 years ago, only Sans English and Kuchio entered the sauna according to police records. If Kuchio were captured alive, her testimony could complicate this case. And Callens would not ignore the ambush on Cerberus, and who knew what Kuchio might have told him? I had no choice but to eliminate these two. To conceal one thing, she ended up doing more things that couldn't be discovered. Anyway, I'm surprised about by your performance. This case, no, these years. You won, but I had no intention. I have no intention of apologizing to Callens. I'm willing to accept the legal consequences as I deserve. But don't expect me to bow down and beg for mercy. Since the day I chose this path, I haven't had the right to do so. If I could choose again, I would prevent Annie from ending up like this. Even though she wasn't human, she was still an innocent being. The duty of the police officer is to protect the public, and in my heart she should have been protected. If I had known her true identity sooner, I would have found a way to let her live no matter what. In this regard, I disappointed Prosecutor Schubert and perhaps even you. I still blame myself to this day. But for everything else, I have no regrets. Just as she said, Detective Sanford calmly recounted her actions over the years. I didn't see any frustration or remorse in her eyes. It was as if she had known this day would come. The series of events that have haunted Chief and me for over 5 years have finally come to an end. But before this, no one expected that this outcome was awaiting us. Defense! Huh? Wow, you finally responded. I was starting to think you all had lost your minds. I think they have. Haven't we been talking the whole time? Are you kidding me? Both you lawyers and Detective Sanford had been standing completely still for a while. I could vaguely see your mouths moving, but I couldn't hear a word. If Prosecutor Ray hadn't stopped me, I would have called a doctor to take you away. What? So this is what it's like to use the Verity Lance in public. Oh, right. Every time you used it before, it was like we were alone at the target. With the target. Now that you're back, let's continue with the previous topic. Have you found the evidence regarding Detective Sanford's motive to assassinate Kujio? Didn't she just admit it herself? I don't understand what you're saying. The court requires evidence. Looks like the judge really didn't hear a single word of our conversation with Detective Sanford just now. No. Do I have to redo everything he just did? If Detective Sanford suddenly changes her testimony, I can't guarantee we'll win this time. Forget it. What do you take me for? Lost is lost. There's no point in struggling like a cornered beast at this point. Show the evidence and end this. What the judge needs is evidence that proves Detective Sanford had a motive to assassinate Kujio. When discussing her motive, we must refer back to incident number 761 from 5 years ago. Evidence that can link the current case with the one 5 years ago and Detective Sanford. Maybe there is something like that on me, but... basis for judgment. Have I found it? Or perhaps... Our conversation with Detective Sanford hadn't been muted. The trial might have already been concluded. But I never expected that this was supposed to be a closed case would suddenly present us with a choice. Submitting evidence will confirm Detective Sanford's charge of assassinating Cujo and unearth the case from 5 years ago. Everything Detective Sanford fears most will happen, and the couple's heroic deeds will be erased. She will certainly be imprisoned, and what future awaits Randy without both parents? Or setting aside personal emotions, thinking about the societal impacts of all the incidents. Although Detective Sanford crossed legal boundaries for personal reasons, she is indeed a diligent officer. Among those she killed, Sans English and Cujo would have certainly faced the death penalty if captured alive. Detective Stone actively requested her to kill him, and their motives were essentially for the benefit of society. Annie, though innocent, wasn't really human, so her death can be classified as murder. Her actions ultimately led to the collapse of Sky Shield. If it weren't for the couple, who knows many more people Sky Shield would have harmed over the years. Is it really giving me an option to, just lie? Is it really the right choice to make these matters public and imprison Detective Sanford? Or how will the public and all the frontline officers feel? However, from another perspective, letting her go is that really the right choice? From a personal standpoint, I can't tolerate the murderer of Annie going unpunished. Legally speaking, Detective Sanford had violated criminal law multiple times, which is undeniable. Among all these incidents, the only one for which she bears no legal responsibility is the killing of Sans English. Although she killed Caliburn Stone with his consent, it also fits the scenario of an intentional homicide by assisted suicide. Despite Cujo being a wanted criminal, Detective Sanford had no authority to assassinate her before she resisted. No matter how evil Galaxy is, he was not the murderer of Cujo. Framing him is also a crime. The motives behind Detective Sanford, her actions, are a mix of personal interests and duties, making them hard to judge. Taking a step back, even if she had good intentions and produced good results, does it mean that she can disregard the law? If her actions are forgiven, does it mean that any means are accepted as long as the results are positive? If that's the case, what is the purpose of having laws designed to uphold social order? After all these incidents, have I really figured out the right thing to do? Miss Ray, are you lost in thought again? Nothing. I was just preparing the evidence. So, are you ready? Yes. Although you haven't said it, you've probably been doing a lot of thinking during this time, right? Yes, Chief. Don't you want to give me some advice? If I did, I wouldn't have let you stand in this position. As I said yesterday, the future of this office belongs to the younger generation. The final choice is yours to make. Okay. The next choice will probably lead this case to 2 completely different outcomes. Think carefully. There's no right answer to this choice, but it will change many people's fates. The solid evidence that can provide the motive of Detective Sanford and her action of murder, I'm afraid it... thanks. I'm afraid it doesn't exist. Well, what? What? Everything I said was merely one-sided speculation and guesswork.
Objection!
What do you mean? Are you planning to turn the blame on your own client? No. We still believe the defendant is innocent. How do you plan to prove it without evidence? The moment I decided on this path, I realized something. If uncovering the truth is not the core of this trial, evidence isn't actually that important. To bring everything up to a reasonable conclusion is what we need, is not logic or argument. Think carefully about how Chief handled it at the time. You can certainly make it happen too. Your Honor, and the 2 prosecutors, please listen to me. Although the defense does not have concrete evidence, he still believes that Detective Sanford is the murderer of the case. To be precise, murderer is not entirely accurate. It should be that Detective Sanford is the one who killed Kujio. We know that Detective Sanford had dual roles, both as the domestic police officer and as an Interpol officer. These roles place her in a very delicate position when it comes to handling intelligence. Just like how cheat Detective Sanford revealed some information about Tuna in a moment of crisis. Detective Sanford, you must have many pieces of information that cannot be disclosed in this court, right? I don't understand why you're bringing this up. Interpol indeed has many operations against transnational criminal organizations, known only to insiders. Even senior domestic officers do not have the authority to know, not to mention this crime. Exactly. So even if you have carried out secret missions to assassinate and capture the heads of Sky Shield, you can't disclose them to the court, right? What? Order! Order! Detective Sanford, is what Miss Ray just said true? Is that your choice? Yes, I'm not imitating you, Chief. I chose this path through my own consideration. I don't think it would be beneficial to society to disclose everything in court. Detective Sanford would go to prison, Randy would lose his mother, and the heroism of the two detectives would be erased. Her family's weight may be limited, but the social impact of this case may be considered. The actions of Detective Stone and Sanford objectively accelerated the downfall of Sky Shield. Even if their motivations included personal grievances, their actions have brought stability to society. After Sans English's death, the scale and success rate of Sky Shield's attack have decreased significantly. The trap set by Detective Sanford made it impossible for Sky Shield to successfully detonate the mine from the start. In a country where civic legal awareness is in its early stages, you can't make up the majority of the public think rationally. They will likely only see the two police officers who defended civilian safety and their child from only 4.5 years. Failing to make a good end under our judicial system. With such public opinion continually fermenting, how will we get the public to believe in the fairness and justice of the law? I don't think that such an outcome aligns with the original intent of human-made laws. That's all. This is my choice, as a lawyer. I understand. Of course, I also can't accept making Galaxy bear a crime he didn't commit. So this is the only solution I can think of that balances both. Detective Sanford? Fine. I was going to reveal everything anyway, but I respect the defense's decision. I am the head of the Interpol office in our country and have full authority to handle transnational crime matters here. Full authority means in emergencies I can take action directly without reporting first, including killing Erika Kushio, ahead of Sky Shield, and temporarily controlling the Sky Shield leader, Galaxy Kaida, through framing. Eh? Is that true? The CIA has done worse, so yeah. Since things happened unexpectedly, the HQ was not yet informed. I will report it after the trial concludes. Now that Galaxy's identity has been exposed in court, he'll be controlled regardless, so I no longer need to frame him. That means I am the one who killed Erika Kujio, not the defendant. I apologize for the trouble caused by my assassination and framing. As it involves confidential operations, I hope everyone understands. Okay. Order. Order! Incredible!
Objection!
Defense, Miss Ray, is this your final choice? I'm just assisting Detective Sanford in presenting the facts. Don't treat me like a fool. If Detective Sanford really intended to design an assassination and control both of them, there was no need to act alone.
Objection!
Detective Sanford never said she acted alone. If you have doubts, you can ask her after the trial.
Objection!
I don't need to ask her. Have you forgotten where my office is? It's on the 3rd floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion, which is a clear view of the building where the incident occurred. I saw a figure leaving the Skyrim Trade Center and head straight to my building. Shortly after, I encountered Randy at the Skyrim Trade Center, who saw Detective Sanford leaving alone from the building. Yet during the incident, Detective Sanford did not enter through the building's door but appeared at the scene out of nowhere. All these facts support the defendant's previous inference that she used a zipline to move between buildings on her own. For what reasons would an Interpol officer use such a cumbersome method for their mission? Stella... I knew Sis wouldn't let it go easily. With the logical reasoning we present and the clues she holds, she probably has seen the truth clearly by now. But I cannot back down for the path I have chosen. Prosecutor Ray, Detective Sanford had already presented her viewpoint, and the defense agrees. If you have a different opinion, please prove it with evidence. What? Haha. Detective Sanford did not design the plan involving Galaxy and Cujo as part of a secret mission. Can you provide evidence for that?
Objection!
Whether it was a secret mission is up to Detective Sanford's say so alone. What? How could there be evidence for a non-falsifiable claim?
Objection!
Without evidence, I don't think this topic needs further discussion. Your Honor, we already have a statement on the operation from an Interpol officer. What are you waiting for? It's time to deliver a verdict. Alright.
Objection!
Defense, do you realize you're trampling on the dignity of the law? I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't agree with you. On the contrary, I believe I'm upholding the dignity of the law. Distorting facts and turning black into white, is that your understanding of the law?
Objection!
No.
这5年来，
Oh.
我一直在寻找当年事件的真相，想还他一个应有的正义。而如今我已经意识到，正义与真相从来都不是相同的概念。将一切昭告天下，机械的照本宣科，也不是法律存在的本意。我无意承认什么，但沙刑警一家已经为了剿灭天盾牺牲了太多。现在去追究之前的种种细节，我们到底能得到什么？民众又会看到什么？法律存在的意义是维持社会秩序，从而保护人类社会的整体利益，这才是真正意义上的正义。现在，是时候把这份正义还给当年经历过它的每一个人了。
Anyone can speak pretty words, but with so many experienced elites in the courtroom, a verdict still requires careful consideration. With your age and experience, what right do you have to decide what constitutes justice?
Objection.
Prosecutor Ray, enough. What? Even you? It's time to end it. If this is the justice you choose, I have nothing more to say. This is indeed a shocking and heavy case. Now let me share the court's perspective. Interpol has agreements with multiple countries, including our country, to combat several transnational crimes. Assassination and framing it is illegal under our laws, but if they are part of a secret mission, they fall under the country's criminal justification, and the court will not pursue it further. By the way, Detective Sanford, please contact headquarters immediately after the trial to obtain a complete official file. Whether these actions are part of a mission will be determined by our national police. Okay. It's up to you now. So, Detective Sanford, how do you plan to handle the defendant next? Officers are waiting outside. Regardless of his guilt or innocence, they'll take him away after the trial. Very well. In the end, everything is just a show. Though I can't do anything to you now, I will always remember you as the one who killed Erica. The rest is for you to worry about. It's not a my business. So after a nearly full day of lengthy proceedings, it's time to deliver the verdict. Given the truth of the case have been revealed, the possibility of the defendant's guilt no longer exists. Regarding the trial of Galaxy Kaida, this court verdict is as follows. Yay! The trial is thereby concluded. I declare the court adjourned. This trial has finally come to an end. I didn't expect that you managed to last this long. Even I'm exhausted. Whew. Was the choice I made the right one? When I handed over the choice to you, I anticipated various possible outcomes. As long as you understand the significance of your choice, it is the right one. The final outcome can be considered a victory for us and a decent resolution for all parties. My feelings are still quite mixed. Annie is gone forever, but just now, says his attitude. Perhaps we can never be reconciled. Not necessarily. Prosecutor Ray's heart might be broader than you think. The difference between you and her isn't about justice versus evil, or black versus white, but a clash of different ideologies. There will be a day when you can both coexist despite your differences. I hope so. Huh? Hello? Is everything alright? No. Okay, but because my performance in court just now? The truth of 5 years ago. Are you planning to let it sink into oblivion? What? The death of Sans and Detective Stone. Don't play dumb. When did you? I have my own sources of information and already know everything. Really? Or rather, my headphones are special, so my hearing wasn't affected by your sussy equipment. Believe what you want. Both are a bit chilling. If you really know everything, why didn't you say it in court? Too troublesome. That's all? Whether it's incident number 761 or the current case, I was merely a witness. Your choice is beyond my interference. That's all. Speaking of which, Mr. Schubert helped Detective Sanford fabricate the case back then. Could it be that this guy heard something from his father? No. Mr. Schubert couldn't have had a chance to pass on messages to him. Strange. Trust your own choice. I will. So, I'm leaving. We won't meet in this court again. What do you mean by that? Literally. Mr. Drake. Take care. Huh? Thank you. Farewell. What did you only tell him to take care? What about me? Well. It just means he sees me as an elder, which makes you seem younger, right? I see. I didn't expect that guy to have quite a high EQ. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've experienced such an empty lobby. We won the case, but the client isn't here. It's truly bittersweet. Not only is Galaxy absent, but Mr. Justice also left early due to political duties. I saw President Gil in the morning's audience, but considering he is busy, he probably couldn't endure such a long trial. Is that so? Seems we really are left to return with only each other. Well, don't be so gloomy. Although we completed a major case, this isn't the end. There's still a long way to go in the office, and you're just out of the novice phase. Unless the studio runs out of money. You still need to figure out where to go in the future. You're right. Although I'm not sure about where to go in the future, I've decided about where to go today. That's the spirit. Lobster across our office. Chief, tonight's on you. Huh? The event of that has lingered in my mind for over 5 years ended in an unexpected way. Looking back, it's not a perfect ending, as every party had to pay a significant price. As for what happened later, it was somewhat surprising. Detective Sanford, though through her channels, indeed received an official report from Interpol. The case was publicly announced as Interpol's operations to eradicate a criminal organization. Detective Caliburn Stone and Tessa Sanford became heroes in the eyes of the police and the public. However, Detective Sanford submitted her resignation just a few days later. She told me that the image of Annie shattering constantly haunts her. She couldn't stay in her position and continue to face her duties as a police officer. I understand your feelings, but I don't have the right to forgive her on Annie's behalf. All I can say is, I hope she and her child can live a peaceful and happy life in the future. Although the case received widespread attention from society, the spotlight was entirely on her, rather than our office. In the end, we still have to proceed step by step, right? After this incident, aside from a few remaining members who had disappeared, Sky Shield was regarded as shattered. Although Galaxy was the leader of Sky Shield, the vast majority of successful attacks was not planned by him. The internal court did not sentence him to death, but to life imprisonment. May he take his time in prison to reflect. As for me, I've only just begun my journey as a lawyer. I have no plans to change professions at the moment. The story of lawyer Luna Ray has just begun. You better go to the crowdfunding, guys. To celebrate today's victory, let's visit friends I've recently made in some old places. God knows there were actually an arms depot in the criminal organization under the courtroom. I'm just gonna let it play out. Fair. Oh, hi. Good luck. Oh, hey! It's been a while. Okay. Where's it? Oh my god! Ah. Huh? Okay. Ah, worth it. Oh, hello. Yay. Oh, not another one. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Is the Phoenix right? I'm sorry, man. Oh. That is weird. Oh boy. Nice. Yay. Huh? Okay. Okay. Fair. Oh, what? Oh, it's the femboy. Oh, hey! What's up? Huh? True. True. I'm so sorry, man. This guy? I wonder who. Vibing. Okay. Oh. Oh? Huh? Huh? Okay. What? She's not surprised at all. Well, at least, I don't know. Yes, you're not welcome. Get the hell out. I don't think he's a prosecutor anymore. Yeah. Studio needs my money, bro. I like a lot of money. Huh? No, that's impossible. You didn't even give it a second thought. I understand what you're saying, but he wasn't the only person who could synthesize that kind of material. There is no one else in the world with such capability except him. But I remember you said the data from the central server still exists, right? Well, that's correct. Director Goldstein. Why did you listen to my idea? It might give you some inspiration. Give me a little more time, and I might find a way to bring her back. Oh my god. Well. Although the process was a mess, from the results I handled everything as instructed. From the results, Sans is dead. Julia has escaped. Clearly you haven't accomplished any of the tasks I assigned to you. Hey, I'm just a lawyer. Asking me to capture and then protect those two was really too much. I knew something was off about you. Besides, Julia the tuna has never really showed from start to finish. How was I supposed to find her? All I could do was assist the National Judiciary and ensure the downfall of Sky Shield. Alright, in the end of the three people, only Joseph didn't require my intervention. At least he died with some dignity. But next, she will surely act again. You need to protect your office diligently. Who? Tuna? Heh. She was always the craziest among us when she was in the army. A mere international organization can't possibly keep her. Even I myself can't predict what she'll do next. Well, another hot potato. Hey, Dad. Oh. Are you considering stepping in personally? You have far more resources at your disposal than I do. Stop it. Even the 3 kids I saved from that incident have come and gone. Oh my god. This world is not my stage anymore. If someday you really need my help, that must be a terrible day. Hey, don't scare me. You'll know when it comes. I'm sorry, but I really want to see the other one. I'll look at you later. Okay, so this is the one where I am like the guy who the snitches, you know? The guy who snitches. The evidence that can provide the motive for Detective Sanford is... Oh?
That's it.
I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. Your motives are mixed with personal interests and duties, making it difficult to judge whether the outcome is good or bad. I greatly admire your courage and determination, but the way you did it broke the law after all. Your Honor, please look at this. Oh, that's a heart-shaped halo. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Yes, the heart-shaped halo in this screenshot is almost identical to the one in the video taken by President Gu yesterday. What's more important is where this screenshot came from. It comes from the last chip left by the robot GBXF004. This is both the final remains left by Annie and the last key to uncovering the truth of the case. Please note that this screenshot was taken on July 6th, 5 years ago. July 6th, 5 years ago. Isn't that... Yep. In the incident number 761. This halo is the mark left by someone who intruded into the scene that year. And that mark appeared on the 99th floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. At the time of the incident, the 99th floor was completely shrouded in darkness, with all light blocked out. The true culprit, perhaps to minimize the risk of exposing themselves, chose a temporary light source with low visibility, a choice both right and wrong. It means that the same person who was present at both scenes in these two incidents. What? This case is connected to the old case from 5 years ago? Yes, it's the old case that led to the series of incidents over the years.
Objection!
You can't draw such a radical conclusion based solely on an unidentified heart-shaped halo. If you want the court to accept it, then explain what this halo actually is. That's quite simple. It not only proves the direct connection between the cases, but it can also directly reveal the identity of the person. Detective Sanford, we've all seen the contact electric shock function of your lipstick. The sparks it emits are not very strong, and they don't really form a heart. However, I just learned its tip has a laser coil. Chief, what exactly is a taser? You really can't stay cool for more than a heartbeat. A taser is a non-lethal weapon, commonly used by foreign police, also known as an electric shotgun. It works by shooting an electrified coil onto the target to incapacitate them. While most coils are rectangular with rounded corners, some tasers may shoot coils of unique shapes. So, Detective Sanford, could you show the shape of the coil from a lipstick in court? Huh. You already know the result, don't you? This is the last gift from Cal, and it's custom made. In other words, this is the only taser in the world that can shoot such a shape. Order! Order! Detective Sanford, what do you mean by this? Are you admitting involvement in this matter? Isn't it clear enough? This case is already overdue to be closed. The person who killed Erika Kucho... Prosecutor Schubert, you have something to say? I do not approve of the defense's actions. What? I was presenting evidence as requested by the judge. Isn't that acceptable? Incident number 761, though leaving indelible scars on numerous people, has been concluded after all. There's no point in going back that far now. Wait a minute, I thought you were the last person who would say that, Prosecutor Schubert. You chose the path of a prosecutor determinedly after your father's death, relentlessly investigating Sky Shield. Don't you want to know the truth behind incident number 761? I'm about to expose it. Don't you know what will happen if you do that? Wait, are you saying you knew everything from the beginning? ZBL type night blindness. Huh? Though this rare genetic disease mainly affects people in the remote village, there are some cases elsewhere. For example, my father. Are you saying, Prosecutor Schubert, he couldn't see in the dark? Yes, you should know what that means. And that day, I was also in the courtroom. I couldn't rush into the scene immediately, but my father had his phone with him. What? There was no signal in the lobby. He used his last strength to compose a message but didn't send it. After the investigation, this phone, as a personal effect, eventually ended up in my hands as a family member. In the drafts folder, there were only 6 words. Don't make things difficult for her. What? Mr. Schubert? You are sloppy, but not stupid. I knew that with your ability and Mr. Drake's help. It was only a matter of time before things evolved into this current situation. As I mentioned earlier, the so-called truth must be something that already happened. Rather than trancing back to the past, I am more concerned with, the future that has yet to unfold. This is my father's final wish, and also my own. What do you mean by final? So I ask you seriously, have you thought about what will happen after revealing the truth? Yes, I have. This decision will not only change the lives of Detective Sanford and her child, but also stir up a storm of public opinion. In the eyes of the public, Detective Stone remained a hero who sacrificed himself for justice and brought the villains to justice. And Detective Sanford is a single mother who removed harm from the people and shouldered everything with strength. However, the 2 of them and their 4.5-year-old child, Randy, will end up in a no good outcome. No matter how it is explained, the outcome cannot be changed. I can hardly imagine the waves it will stir upon the internet. Even so, you will still continue. Yes, I will. The final outcome may be hard for the public to accept, but the law is the law. I once believed that as long as good people ended well, and villains were punished, a case's conclusion would be satisfactory. But in the real world, there are no people who are purely good or evil. Detective Sanford may have done countless good deeds, but she still crossed many legal lines. Even with Galaxy's immense evil, his feelings for his adopted sister are genuine. And stuck in the... Yeah. Stuck in the dryer. Stuck in the washing machine. Stuck in the dishwasher. Determining who is truly good or evil and what outcome they deserve is not within our power as lawyers. Yes, it is. What I need to do is reveal all the facts and let the law make the decision. If the law fails to deliver justice, then it is time to amend the law to make societal needs. Until then, no individual, including you and me, has the right to bypass it, right? The law is set for general situations, but there are always exceptions. With such a complex and entangled scenario, do you still believe that cold and rigid legal codes can bring such a just verdict? Debatable. Oh, I have so much to say about that. I have so many things to say about that I have to end with, by the way, I am not suicidal.
如果届时连法律都不能约束他们，我们又要靠什么来维护社会的秩序？因此，无论结局有多么残忍，我都要捍卫法律的尊严。这就是我作为一名律师所做出的选择。
Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Do as you please. There, Your Honor. The defense is now familiar with the full details of the case, so please allow me to present them. Yes, please proceed. And so, I revealed the entire truth of the past 5 years in court. The judge and the audience were shocked for a long time before slowly accepting these facts. Throughout my entire recount, Detective Sanford's expression remained calm, as if she had already accepted her fate. Meanwhile, Sis, standing across from me, simply shook her head in silence. This is indeed a shocking and heavy case. Detective Sanford, do you truly admit everything that Miss Ray had just stated? What she said is all true. Although some details lack evidence, dwelling on them is not my style. I understand. Since Detective Sanford has fully confessed to her crimes, prosecution, the case is now in your hands. Is there any objection? It is our duty. What will happen to her? Detective Sanford's crimes are beyond the scope of this trial, especially since they involve an old case from years ago. The court is concerned only with whether the defendant, Galaxy Kaida, is guilty. Prosecution, are you both ready for the next step? Interpol has notified us that they will take the defendant into custody after the court adjourns, regardless of his guilt. His? Oh, right, Galaxy. I forgot. Very well. You know, terrorist. Yeah. Heh. Now that I lived to see the end of this case, I don't care about anything else. It's strange, though, knowing the killer of Erica. I hate her, but I no longer have any thoughts of revenge. The rest is for you to worry about. That's none of my business. So after a nearly full day of lengthy proceedings, it's finally time to deliver the verdict. Given the true culprit has confessed to the crime, the possibility of the defendants being guilty no longer exists. For this case. Only for this case. Regarding the trial of Galaxy Kaida, this court's verdict is as follows. The trial is hereby concluded. I declare the court adjourned. Whew. This trial has finally come to an end. I didn't expect that you managed to last this long. Even I'm getting exhausted. Chief, would you blame me for my final decision? Well, of course not. When I handed over the choice to you, I anticipated various possible outcomes. As long as you understand the significance of your choice, it's the right one. Is that so? Even though we won in the end, I can't find any joy in it. Detective Sanford, what will happen to her? She's the police officer of some status, and her defense won't be easily entrusted to a private law office like ours. However, in terms of sentencing, she is unlikely to receive a heavy sentence. The killing of Sans wasn't considered a criminal offense to begin with. The assassination of Kushio might be defended as murder out of righteous indignation. As for the murder of Caliber Stone, it falls under the lighter sentencing category of assisted suicide and intentional homicide. Considering Detective Stone's condition at the time, Detective Sanford only shortened his life by a few days. I believe the judge will consider the societal impact and deliver a fair judgment. I just hope Detective Sanford can regain her freedom soon. Sis? Why are you looking at your feet? Stand proud. You're strong. Hi. Okay. Although I'm still shocked by the truth, I'm proud of the decision you made. Seems to be the first time that Sis praised me so directly. I'm not sure how to respond. But since the truth of incident number 761 is now clear, it's time for you to put an end to your obstinacy. What's your plan now? Continue staying in this lousy office? To be honest, I did become a lawyer to investigate the truth from 5 years ago. but I haven't thought about what to do afterward. Give me some time before I give you an answer. See yourself. Tessa and Galaxy have caused quite a stir. I gotta go deal with it first. Hey, you! Me? Be careful. Well, can we at least part on friendlier terms? Maybe Sis has already somewhat acknowledged you, Chief. Forget it. It's too much for me. By the way, where did Silas go? Seems he hasn't been with Sis since the court adjourned. In retrospect, he might have already known or deduced everything that happened back then. In that case, his true purpose of becoming a prosecutor remains a mystery. I don't think he came just to fulfill his father's last wish. After all, when I decided to expose Detective Sanford, he didn't actually try to stop me. He only kept confirming if I had considered the consequences. At the end, you still don't understand what that guy is really thinking. Come on, that's Silas Schubert. True enough. This is the first time I've seen such an empty lobby. We won the case, but the client isn't here. It's truly bittersweet. Not only is Galaxy absent, but Mr. Justice also left early due to some political duties. I saw President Gu in the morning's attend audience, but considering he is busy, he probably couldn't endure such a long trial of Innocence. Is that so? It seems we are really left to return with only each other. Well, don't be so gloomy. Although we completed a major case this isn't the end. There's still a long way to go in the office, and you're just out of the novice stage. You still need to figure out where to go in the future. You're right. Although I'm not sure about where to go in the future, I've decided about where to go today. That's the spirit. Lobster across from our office. Chief, tonight's on you. Huh? The event that has lingered in my mind for over 5 years ended in an unexpected way. Looking back, it's not the perfect ending, as every side has paid a heavy price. Even if the culprit receives due punishment, Annie will never come back. As for what happened later, there were many surprises. Detective Sanford was dismantled. Oh my gosh. And given a lenient sentence. She'll be released before Randy reaches adulthood. Oh boy. That is still a heavy sentence, if you ask me. You miss your child going to, like, first prom and everything. Oh, I don't even know what prom is. I'm like from Singapore. They don't, and I'm single as yeah. To save face for the police force, the authorities selectively disclosed the truth of the case. Various rumors continued to swirl, causing quite a stir online. However, in every version, Detective Stone and Sanford are still considered heroes in the hearts of people. Soon, online debates like police failing to eliminate Sky Shield while the real heroes were convicted began to appear. How to repair public opinion is not our concern. Let those who are responsible handle it. Drake and Thomas Coe gained fame through this case, but whether it is good or bad is hard to judge. After this incident, aside from a few remaining members who had disappeared, Sky Shield was regarded as shattered. Although Galaxy was the leader of Sky Shield, the vast majority of successful attacks are not planned by him. The International Court did not sentence him to death, but to life imprisonment. May he take this time in prison to reflect. As for me, my journey as a lawyer has just begun, and I have no plans to change professions anytime soon. The story of lawyer Luna Ray has just begun, and hopefully not ended because of financial issues. To celebrate today's victory, let's visit friends I've recently made in some old places. Ah, oh no. Oh my god, uh, hmm. Not another one. Hmm? Oh, hi, Silas. I thought you would have just went off, like you did at court. Mhm. Hopefully not indefinitely. Right? You guys have enough money, right? Guys, you have enough money, right? Guys, please. No, that's impossible. Huh? You didn't give it a second thought. I only thought what you're saying, but he's the only person who could synthesize that kind of material. There is no one else in the world with such capability except him. But I remember you said that the data from the central server still exists, right? Well, that's correct. Director Goldstein. Why? Don't you listen to my idea? It might give you some inspiration. Give me a little more time, and I will find a way to bring her back. Well. Although the process was a mess, from the results I handled everything as instructed. From the results, Sans is dead. Julia has escaped. Clearly, you haven't accomplished any of the tasks I assigned you. Hey, I'm just a lawyer. Asking me to capture and protect these two were really too much. Besides, Julia, the tuna, has never showed up from start to finish. How am I supposed to find her? All I could do was assist the National Judiciary and ensure the downfall of Sky Shield. Alright, in the end, of the three people, only Joseph didn't require my intervention. At least he died with some dignity. But next, she will surely act again. You need to protect your office diligently. Whoa, who? Tuna? Huh. She was always the craziest among us when she was in the army. A mere international criminal organization can't possibly keep her. Even I myself can't predict what she'll do next. Well, another hot potato. Hey, Dad, aren't you considering stepping in personally? You have far more resources at your disposal than I do. Stop it. Even the 3 kids I saved from that accident have come and gone. This world is not my stage anymore. If someday you really need my help, that must be a terrible day. Hey, don't scare me. You'll know when it comes. Nice job, Black Cat. I think. Really long game. Proofreading? Oh. Proofreading? Okay. I mean, Where's the English one? I mean, to this game's credit, it has less typos than Tyrion Cuthbert's Attorney of the Arcane. Well, before all the updates. Do you know how many, like, updates were released for Attorney of the Arcane? You know? That just had fixed typos in them. So, you know. Voice acting team. Good job, guys. Recordist. Is that really a real term? Great job. Wait, Remily White and Zoe had voice act. Wait, what? Oh, they had the same voice actor? And Moody Beans? Okay, that's one versatile voice actor. Okay, I stand corrected. I mean, they are just, you know, the Judge and Graham Lemon and Justice kinda. Same voice actor because they're all old people. Hi, pig. Yo-yo! Hey! Iris, nice. H79T. That is actually a pretty good name, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. Maybe if you used the 3 instead, it would have, you know. H39T. That's better. Lily, yeah. Axel. Where's Rod? Will Goodman? What about Won't Bad Man? Archer Yuki. That's pretty cool. BioCube. Okay. Lairlands. 404. Warm. Infinity 888. Mr. something. Kiri. PKmon, nice. Dust Bear, not bad. Skyan. Blood Raven. Fat Black. Lynx 87. Dylan 97. Yanez. RPKKKK. Firewheel. Okay, that's a pretty nice name. Can 8789. Probably. Lucky. Yeah, you are. Free Lamb. For now. Nohana Matara. Kaza Cloud. Okay, that's a pretty good name. Na 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 V. Okay. Sayaka. Hey, there's actually a Japanese, singer called Ayaka who sang Y from Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Very sad. Neon Cat. My goodness. Chinese master? I don't know about that. Sophia Chen. Nice to meet you. Hoffnung. 007. Kak. Kim. Destinina. Notting Hill. Heavenly Blue. Sounds like an anime attack. Or domain expansion. Domain expansion. Heavenly Blue. I don't know what the power would be, but yeah. Zombie. Maybe it's just instant therapy. Heavenly Blue. Instant therapy. Thank you for your unwavering support over the past 10 years. It is your dedication and passion that has made this rebirth after 10 years? Wait, what? Rebirth? Wait, old version? Oh my goodness. Billy? Hey, these are the guys that made Soda Crisis. And did you know that Billy was named after Misaka Mikoto, which is an anime character, an anime girl from the anime, or should I say light novel, A Certain Magical Index? Now you know. How do I know? I don't know. I don't know how I know, but now you know. Die? Okay. Maybe later, man. But not because of me. Fido. Okay. Liquid! Ah, Phoenix Wing. What about Phoenix Right? Ha ha ha. Yoyara. Master Endless. Hey, that's a good name. That's a good name. Final thanks. Wait, you just said yo and bourbon. Okay. And the final thanks? You. Yes, you. The best one. You. You see that black screen? You see what's in that black screen? Your reflection? You. Yeah, you. Thank you! You're welcome, I think. That felt weird. So, that is the full game of Trials of Innocence. I mean, there is, bonus stuff. The interludes. But I'm just gonna start with the end of Case 5. I kinda had a feeling Tessa was behind all of it. The Case 5. I didn't expect Tessa to be behind incident number 761 and also the killing of Caliburn Stone. Is it messed up? Yes. Does it make sense? In hindsight, it does. So what would I have done in that situation? Which ending do I like more? The one where she walks free. The one where we just like, you know what? She did nothing wrong, if you think about it. And if you think about it, she didn't do anything wrong. She killed a terrorist. Whoop-de-doo! The terrorist was on a run, and then after he killed 2 people, he had to be killed. Whoop-de-doo! And then it's like, oh, she killed 2 terrorists who were confirmed at this location. Whoop-de-doo! Okay. I mean, could it really, like, you know how inefficient these services are? or these organizations are in taking things down and taking people down. Quite inefficient. Do you think she would have to go through all the paperwork and everything to organize a strike? I think it could have been done with just one person, her. And I think it would have been kept from the police anyway, so her getting caught would have been an inevitability. And sure, maybe that will make the process smoother, but Luna will still bring up the fact that, you know, like, bring up all the painful memories, which will make her activate Super Tessa, I guess. Piss Tessa, they'll still piss her off. They'll still proceed as normal, even if it was organized. Because she has a skill issue, I guess, I don't know. Well, how is the story? It's pretty good. Kind of. It's really long. It sets up something at the beginning. You know, it had an interesting beginning. The first case established how the game works. It established Luna. It established Charlie a little, but mostly Luna, and introduced us to this world. Luna is a novice, and that's how we solve cases. And it introduced, you know, like, it's shown that something happened there. Case 2, it was the village one. It showed us that there was more happening behind the scenes, because who went to give the drug to the village? Well, someone from Sky Shield, probably. So it showed that there was a connection, like, between... There was more happening at the village, or it was hiding something. And we meet Annie, we meet the villager, and then case 3 is the research center. We discover more about the whole story. We discover more. But the main thing is we learned about the robots. And I think it develops more on Sky Shield. Because the first Sky Shield member was introduced in case 4. Erica, right? But the first dead one was in case 3. And then case 5, yeah. But case 4 was really long because Luna fainted, and then we had to play the, you know, like, that case where they were like the case they were handling before incident number 761. So it was pretty interconnected. It did have enough build-up. The Annie thing was kind of out of the loop. It was a bit of a surprise. But it did have some moments of showing Annie's incredible physical prowess, like her retrieving the thing at the bottom of the pit. I think it should have had more of those, so that it's like, wait a minute, she did this and this and this, and then it would have like, oh, she's a robot. So I feel like the build-up for Annie being a robot should have been done better. Honestly, the story is serviceable, you know? It had a good twist, a good turn, a good spin, and a good face dive. But it only... I don't know, I keep comparing it to Attorney of the Arcane. You know, Tyrion Cuthbert's Attorney of the Arcane. It's just so similar to Ace Attorney. Too similar. Tyrion Cuthbert's Attorney of the Arcane did more things different. Not only did it focus on the case, but it had, like, personal connections with other characters. Like, it had a love story in it, so it had more for you to cheer for. This one is kinda, oh, will she end up in prison? Will Tessa end up in prison? Or will Tessa be free to raise her child? What is law to you? Yeah, basic stuff which has been done in Ace Attorney. Okay. But Tyrion Cuthbert honestly had so much more that I liked. It had so much that it just felt better. It was just better for me. I think it had more personal stakes and personal themes. This one, the only personal thing was incident number 761. But personally, I do not see why it is so traumatizing to Luna. I mean, yes, Thomas did die in it. Yes, she was there and probably got a little bit of PTSD. But other than that, Thomas is just her boss. So it's like, okay, why are they searching so hard in it? The terrorist died. Okay. What, were they trying to see who killed Thomas? Even though it was obvious it was, you know, the assassin or the terrorist? So I guess my gripe is between this and it's too similar to Ace Attorney, and it doesn't make sense why they're taking incident number 761 so seriously. Charles, maybe, because Charles has known, Charles knew Thomas for a longer time, so maybe they had more of a connection. But Luna wasn't even part of the, she wasn't part of it. Okay, I think her boss was Thoth Schubert. But even then, that's just her boss. I guess the mystery was like, oh, who killed her? It was obvious who killed who, man. Missing puzzles. Terrorist killed him. He acted in self-defense to kill the terrorist. It really didn't make sense for incident number 761 to have as much weight as it does. If you think about it, that is. Or maybe I'm just tired because it's like 6 AM and I've been up for a long time. Maybe. So story is okay. Characters are great. Luna's great. Nabuki is... Charlie, I knew there was something off about Charlie. I knew it! I mean, I thought he was Tuna, even though, you know, Tessa said she was Tuna's a girl, but like, come on. But I knew something was off about Charlie. The cases were pretty good, I think. Or maybe I'm filtering out the bad stuff, I don't know. The best thing about this game is the music. That's the best thing. And maybe, you know, I can say that the other good thing is the murderers in this case. Like Loki, they had reasons. Decent reasons. Most of the time. Case 1 was just, we're broke. Hashtag relatable. Second one, it was self-defense, it doesn't really count, right? Third one, what was the third one? Oh yeah, he was a dick. And he was an evil scientist. I'd do the same. Actually, no, I won't. For legal reasons. But you get it. Case 4. Well, it was. I mean, Erica had no good reason. That is like, you know, she's a terrorist. Case 5 was to kill the terrorists. So, you know, that's double. makes up for case 4. Trust me, bro. I don't make the rules. So yeah, that's what I think of the game. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'll play this one, the interludes, tomorrow, actually. I'm tired as heck. Yeah, I'll just do it tomorrow. Anyway, with that being said, thank you so much for watching my playthrough of Trials of Innocence. And if you want to see the last episode, which hopefully comes soon, stay tuned and stay awesome. Good night.